Hey there, storytellers and story lovers. This is Fiction Domain. Prepare yourselves for today's incredible narrative. What if the Sorting Hat demanded Gringotts healers examine Harry before sorting him into Slytherin? A quick reminder, your likes, comments, and subscriptions are the fuel that keeps this channel running. Thank you for being awesome. Let's begin this journey together. Chapter 1. The Hat's refusal. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with excitement as hundreds of floating candles illuminated the enchanted ceiling, which perfectly mirrored the starry night sky outside. First-year students huddled together at the entrance, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension as they gazed at the four long house tables stretching before them. Harry Potter stood among them, his heart hammering against his ribs. After years of cupboards and Dursley-enforced solitude, the sheer vastness of the hall made him feel impossibly small. He tugged nervously at the sleeve of his new robes, the first clothes he'd ever owned that actually fit him properly. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," whispered Hermione Granger beside him, nodding toward the ceiling. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Harry nodded absently. The stern-faced witch who had introduced herself as Professor McGonagall now stepped forward, unrolling a scroll with practiced efficiency. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced, her voice carrying across the suddenly quiet hall. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line and put on the pointed wizard's hat, which fell right over her eyes. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit with her new housemates. Harry watched the sorting continue with growing nervousness. What if the hat decided he didn't belong in any house? What if it announced there had been a mistake and he should take the train back to the Dursleys tomorrow morning? He glanced at the head table where the teachers sat. Hagrid caught his eye and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Next to an empty chair presumably meant for Professor McGonagall sat Professor Dumbledore, exactly as he had appeared on the chocolate frog card, silver hair gleaming as brightly as the ghosts that floated through the hall. "Granger, Hermione." Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. "Gryffindor," shouted the hat after a brief deliberation. Ron groaned beside Harry, and Harry suppressed a smile. The redhead had made it clear on the train that Gryffindor was where he hoped to be sorted. More names. More sortings. Malfoy, Draco, was immediately sorted into Slytherin, joining his hulking friends Crabbe and Goyle. Harry still remembered the pale boy's sneering face from their encounter in Madame Malkin's robe shop in Diagon Alley and later on the train. Something about Malfoy made Harry's skin crawl. As Perks, Sally Ann, became a Hufflepuff, Harry's palms began to sweat. "Potter, Harry." Whispers suddenly broke out across the hall like little hissing fires. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Every eye in the great hall fixed upon him as Harry stepped forward. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. The next second he was staring at the black inside of the hat, waiting. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a small voice spoke in his ear. Said the voice. "Difficult. Very difficult." Harry gripped the edges of the stool. "Not difficult," he thought desperately. "Just put me where I belong." "Where you belong?" mused the hat. "That's exactly what I'm trying to determine, but, oh." The hat's voice changed abruptly, dropping to a shocked whisper. "What is this?" Harry felt something strange, like a cold finger tracing the lightning scar on his forehead. He shivered. "This cannot be," the hat murmured. "This should not be." The great hall remained silent, students and staff alike watching the unusually long sorting. Most expected the famous Harry Potter to be quickly sorted into Gryffindor. Inside the darkness of the hat, Harry squeezed his eyes shut. "What's wrong?" he thought anxiously. "Young Potter," the hat said slowly, "there is something most alarming within your scar. Something dark. Something that does not belong." "My scar." Harry reached up reflexively to touch it. "I cannot sort you," the Hat declared. Not until this matter is addressed. Without warning, the Hat's voice boomed throughout the great hall, no longer speaking just to Harry but to everyone present. I cannot sort this student. The pronouncement echoed across the hall. Silence followed, so complete that Harry could hear his own pulse thudding in his ears. Then the whispers began again, no longer excited but confused and uneasy. What's happening? Did it say it can't sort Potter? Has that ever happened before? Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her face taut with concern. Sorting Hat, explain yourself. There is dark magic within this boy's scar, the Hat proclaimed. Magic most foul, a corruption that clouds his true nature. I demand Gringotts healers examine him before any sorting can take place. Gasps rippled through the hall. Up at the staff table, Dumbledore rose to his feet, his usual serene expression replaced by intense focus. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. The Hat says I have dark magic in me, he whispered, his voice cracking. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned to nearly nothing. Potter, please remain where you are. She turned and swept up to the head table, where she bent to confer urgently with Dumbledore. The headmaster's blue eyes flicked to Harry, no twinkle visible behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry sat frozen on the stool, the hat still atop his head. The entire hall stared at him. He had never felt more exposed or terrified in his life, not even when Uncle Vernon had locked him in the cupboard for a week after the zoo incident. Is it true? He whispered to the Hat. Is there really dark magic in me? Indeed, the Hat replied solemnly in his ear. Something clings to you, young Potter. Something that has been with you so long you cannot feel its influence, like a fish cannot perceive water. It whispers. It wants. And it is not you. Harry felt ill. All his life he'd been told he was a freak by the Dursleys. Had they somehow been right after all? Dumbledore was now approaching, his long purple robes sweeping across the stone floor. My dear Sorting Hat, he said pleasantly, though Harry could detect a strain beneath the light tone, perhaps this discussion would be better continued in my office? No, Headmaster, the Hat replied firmly. This matter concerns the fundamental safety of this school and this child. Dark magic resides within Harry Potter's scar, magic that feels remarkably like Tom Riddle. At these words, Dumbledore's composed mask slipped for just an instant. His eyes widened, and Harry saw something he never expected to see on the great wizard's face, fear. The buzz of whispers grew louder. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's smug expression had transformed into one of confusion and alarm. Even the ghosts had stopped to watch. Who's Tom Riddle? Harry asked, but no one answered him. I will not sort this child until Gringotts healers have examined him, the Hat insisted. This is a matter of soul magic, Albus, which falls under goblin jurisdiction by the Treaty of 1631. Dumbledore straightened, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. Very well. He turned to the bewildered students. The sorting ceremony will continue momentarily. Professor McGonagall, please proceed with the next student. Professor Snape, would you escort Mr. Potter to the antechamber? A thin man with sallow skin and greasy black hair rose from the staff table. His eyes locked on Harry with such intense dislike that Harry flinched. As Snape strode toward him, black robes billowing like bat wings, Harry reluctantly removed the sorting hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall. This way, Potter, Snape said coldly, not bothering to introduce himself. Harry followed him across the hall, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes tracking his every step. Ron Weasley gave him a bewildered look as he passed. At the staff table, a tiny professor and a nervous-looking young man with a purple turban were deep in urgent conversation. Harry noticed that his scar gave a sudden, painful twinge as he walked past the turbaned professor. Snape led him through a door at the side of the hall and into a small chamber lined with portraits of witches and wizards. A fire crackled in the fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls. Wait here, Snape ordered, then turned to leave. Sir, Harry blurted out, "What's happening? What did the hat mean about dark magic in my scar?" Snape paused at the doorway, his back to Harry. Without turning, he said, "It seems, Potter, that your celebrity status was not enough. You had to make a spectacle of yourself at the sorting ceremony as well." "I didn't do anything," Harry protested, anger momentarily overriding his fear. Snape turned, his black eyes glittering. "We shall see." He swept from the room, leaving Harry alone with the curious painted eyes of the portraits. 10 agonizing minutes passed. Harry paced the small chamber, his mind racing. Dark magic in his scar. What did that mean? He'd had the scar for as long as he could remember. It was the only physical reminder he had of his parents, the result of the car crash that had killed them. At least, that's what he'd always been told. But after learning he was a wizard and that his parents had been murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort, he'd assumed the scar was from that attack. The door opened again, and Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape entered, accompanied by a tiny man Harry recognized as Professor Flitwick from the staff table. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said gently, "please sit down." Harry perched on the edge of a velvet-covered chair. "Am I in trouble, sir?" "Not at all, my boy," Dumbledore assured him, though his eyes remained grave. "The Sorting Hat has raised a serious concern that we must address. Professor Flitwick has contacted Gringotts, and they are sending healers who specialize in curse damage and ancient magic." "But sir, what does it mean? What's in my scar?" The 4 professors exchanged glances. It was McGonagall who spoke, her Scottish brogue more pronounced with emotion. "Potter, we do not know precisely. That is why we need specialists. But you should understand that Gringotts healers are not like those at St. Mungo's Hospital. They deal primarily with magic related to soul and essence, matters that fall under goblin jurisdiction by ancient treaties." Harry's stomach twisted. "Soul magic? Is my soul damaged?" "We will know more when the healers arrive," Dumbledore said, skillfully avoiding a direct answer. "In the meantime, Professor Snape has a potion that will help keep you calm." Snape produced a small vial containing a pale blue liquid. "This is a calming draught, Potter. It will not put you to sleep but will help prevent panic." Harry took the vial reluctantly. Snape was the last person he wanted to accept potions from, but the trembling in his hand suggested he could use the help. He uncorked it and swallowed the contents in one gulp. It tasted like mint and something else he couldn't identify. Almost immediately, a cooling sensation spread through his body, and his racing heart slowed to a normal pace. "Thank you," he said, surprised to find he meant it. Snape merely nodded curtly. "The feast has begun in the Great Hall," Dumbledore informed him. "Would you like something to eat while we wait?" At the mention of food, Harry realized he was starving despite his anxiety. "Yes, please." Dumbledore clapped his hands, and a small table appeared, laden with an assortment of foods from the feast. Harry helped himself to roast chicken and potatoes, finding comfort in the simple act of eating. "Sir," he said between bites, "the hat mentioned someone named Tom Riddle." "Who is that?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Dumbledore's expression became unreadable. "Tom Riddle," he said slowly, "was a student at Hogwarts many years ago. He later became known by another name, Lord Voldemort." Harry choked on his pumpkin juice. The wizard who killed my parents? What does he have to do with my scar?" "That, Harry, is precisely what we need to determine." Before Harry could ask more questions, the door opened again. Professor Flitwick entered, followed by 3 goblins dressed in crimson robes embroidered with the Gringotts crest. 2 carried leather cases, the third, clearly the senior member, wore a gold amulet around his neck. "Headmaster," the lead goblin said with a slight bow, "I am Healer Gornick. These are my colleagues, Healers Nagrod and Eric. We have come in response to the Sorting Hat's demand." "Thank you for responding so promptly," Dumbledore said. "This is Harry Potter." All three goblins turned to examine Harry with their shrewd black eyes. Harry fought the urge to shrink back in his chair. "Mr. Potter," Gornick said, stepping closer. "I must ask you some questions before we begin our examination." "All right," Harry replied nervously. "Have you experienced headaches centered around your scar?" Harry thought for a moment. "Sometimes. It hurt earlier tonight when I passed one of the professors." The goblins exchanged significant looks. "Which professor?" asked Nagrod sharply. "The one with the purple turban." "Professor Quirrell," Dumbledore supplied. "Interesting," murmured Gornick. "Have you ever heard voices that seem to come from inside your own head? Thoughts that don't feel like your own?" Harry hesitated. Had he? Sometimes when the Dursleys were particularly cruel, he'd felt hot surges of hatred that had frightened him with their intensity. Once, he'd even wished Dudley would fall down the stairs, and moments later, it had happened. He'd convinced himself it was coincidence. I'm not sure," he admitted. "Maybe." Gornick nodded as if this confirmed something. "We will need privacy for the examination. All humans except the boy must leave." "I would prefer to stay with Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "This is not a request, Headmaster," Gornick replied firmly. "By the Treaty of 1631, matters of soul magic fall under Goblin jurisdiction. We require complete privacy to conduct our examination properly." Dumbledore looked as though he might argue, but Professor McGonagall placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Albus," she said quietly, "we must follow protocol in this matter." After a moment of tense silence, Dumbledore nodded. "Very well. Harry, we will be just outside the door if you need us." As the professors filed out, Harry felt a spike of panic despite the calming draft. "What exactly are you going to do to me?" "We will examine the magic within and around your scar," Healer Gornick explained as his colleagues began unpacking instruments from their cases. "It will not be painful, though you may experience some discomfort. The procedure requires your cooperation and absolute honesty." Harry nodded, watching apprehensively as Nagrod set up what looked like a silver tripod supporting a crystal sphere, while Eric arranged various stones in a circle on the floor. "Please stand in the center of the circle," Gornick instructed. Harry did as he was told, careful not to disturb the pattern of stones. Up close, he could see that they were runes carved into different colored gems. "These are focus stones," Gornick explained, seeing Harry's curiosity. "They will help us see the magical energies surrounding you." Eric handed Gornick a thin silver wand, not like the wizarding wands Harry had seen, but a simple rod etched with tiny symbols. "I will now trace the magical signature of your scar," Gornick said. "Please remain still." The goblin reached up, being considerably shorter than Harry, and held the silver rod just above Harry's forehead, not quite touching the lightning-shaped scar. Harry felt an odd sensation, like cold water trickling down from his scar and spreading across his skin. Gornick muttered, his expression darkening. "Nagrod, activate the thaumaturgical sphere." The second goblin touched the crystal atop the tripod, which began to glow with an eerie blue light. As the light brightened, Harry gasped. He could now see something like black smoke seeping from his scar, coiling and writhing in the air before him. "By the Founder's gold," breathed Eric, speaking for the first time. "It's worse than we feared." "What is that?" Harry whispered, horrified. "A fragment," Gornick said grimly. "A fragment that does not belong to you, Mr. Potter." "A fragment of what?" The three goblins exchanged glances. Then Gornick said bluntly, "A fragment of a soul, Mr. Potter. Not your own." Harry felt as though the floor had dropped out from beneath him. Only the stones of the circle seemed solid. "Someone else's soul is inside me?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "Not just someone," Nagrod said. "The magical signature is clear once isolated. This fragment belonged to the wizard known as Lord Voldemort." Harry's knees gave way. He would have collapsed if Eric hadn't quickly steadied him. That's not possible, Harry protested weakly. How could part of Voldemort's soul be in my scar? There is a most foul magic, Gornik explained, his face grim, a corruption of ancient Egyptian preservation rituals. Wizards call it a Horcrux, a receptacle in which a dark wizard hides a piece of their soul, torn from the whole through the supreme act of evil, murder. Murder? Harry echoed, feeling sick despite the calming draft. Yes. The creation of a Horcrux requires the deliberate taking of an innocent life. The act fractures the soul, and through a ritual too vile to describe, the broken piece can be stored in an object, or, apparently, in a living being. Harry raised a trembling hand to his scar. So when Voldemort tried to kill me and failed, a piece of his already damaged soul broke off and attached itself to you, the only living thing in the room, Nagrod confirmed. It has been there for 10 years, influencing you in ways you cannot perceive. The implications hit Harry like physical blows. All his life, he'd carried a piece of his parents' murderer inside him. Had it affected who he was? What he thought? His personality? Can you remove it? He asked desperately. Yes, Gornik said, but the procedure is complex and requires preparation. We will need to bring additional specialists from Gringotts. How long will that take? We can be ready by midnight. The ritual is best performed when the veil between worlds is at its thinnest, between night and morning. Harry nodded numbly. And what happens after it's removed? Will I be different? Gornik's expression softened slightly, an unusual sight on a goblin's face. You will be yourself, Mr. Potter. Only yourself. For perhaps the first time since you were an infant. This should have been comforting, but instead, it terrified Harry. Who was he without the influence of the Horcrux? Would he even recognize himself? I believe we should inform the headmaster of our findings, Nagrod suggested. Gornik nodded and moved to the door. The professors entered immediately, their faces tense with concern. Well? Dumbledore asked, his usual calm demeanor noticeably strained. Headmaster Dumbledore, Gornik said formally, we have identified the magic within Mr. Potter's scar. It is, as we suspected, a soul fragment, a Horcrux, belonging to the wizard known as Voldemort. McGonagall gasped, her hand flying to her throat. Flitwick squeaked and nearly fell over. Even Snape, usually so controlled, had gone paler than usual, his black eyes fixed on Harry with an unreadable expression. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, they lacked their usual twinkle entirely. I had feared as much, he admitted softly. You suspected this? McGonagall demanded, rounding on him. Albus, you suspected that Harry has been carrying a piece of you-know-whose soul all these years, and you said nothing? I had suspicions, Minerva, but no proof, Dumbledore replied heavily. And no safe means of addressing the issue if my fears proved correct. We have such means, Gornik interrupted. The ritual of soul extraction is a goblin specialty. We will require the use of a secure chamber with strong magical foundations, perhaps the chamber beneath the third-floor corridor would suffice. The third-floor corridor is currently housing another security concern, Dumbledore said carefully. Perhaps the chamber of reception would be more appropriate. Harry looked between them in confusion. What was on the third floor? The chamber of reception has suitable ambient magic, Gornik agreed. We will need these items prepared. He handed a parchment list to Flitwick, who scanned it and nodded. I can procure everything within an hour, the tiny professor confirmed. Excellent. We will return at midnight with our full team, Gornik said. Until then, Mr. Potter should rest. The ritual will be demanding. Of course, Dumbledore agreed. Harry, you can use one of the guest quarters until the ritual. Professor McGonagall will show you the way. But sir, Harry protested, suddenly remembering, what about the sorting? Will I still be able to join a house after this is removed? Certainly, Dumbledore assured him. We will conduct a private sorting once you've recovered. As Harry followed Professor McGonagall from the antechamber, he caught snippets of urgent conversation behind him. "Albus, if the boy has a Horcrux, then that means, yes, Severus. It means precisely what you fear it means. But how many more might there be? That, I do not know." McGonagall led Harry through the now empty Great Hall, the feast apparently over, and up a grand marble staircase. They walked in silence, Harry too overwhelmed to speak, until they reached a portrait of a medieval healer on the 4th floor. "Esculapius," McGonagall addressed the portrait, which bowed in response. "Guest quarters, please." The portrait swung open to reveal a comfortable room with a 4-poster bed, a desk, and a small sitting area before a fireplace. A large window overlooked the dark grounds and the distant shimmer of a lake. "This will be your accommodation for tonight, Potter," McGonagall said. "A house elf will bring you anything you need. I suggest you rest until the healers return." Harry nodded, then asked hesitantly, "Professor, did you know about what was in my scar?" McGonagall's stern face softened. "No, Potter, I did not. And had I known, I would never have allowed you to remain with your Muggle relatives all these years without magical monitoring. Albus has much to answer for." She seemed to catch herself, perhaps remembering she was speaking to a student. "Rest now. I will return for you at midnight." After she left, Harry sank onto the bed, his mind reeling. Everything he thought he knew about himself felt suspect now. Had the Horcrux influenced his personality? His likes and dislikes? Would he become a completely different person after it was removed? And Dumbledore had suspected but done nothing. Why? What else might the headmaster be hiding? A soft pop interrupted his thoughts. A house elf in a tea towel stamped with the Hogwarts crest appeared, bowing low. "Master Harry Potter, sir. Topsy is bringing you dinner and anything else you is needing." The elf snapped its fingers, and a tray of food appeared on the desk: roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, and treacle tart. Despite the situation, Harry's stomach growled. "Thank you, Topsy," he said, moving to the desk. "Master Harry Potter knows Topsy's name." The elf squeaked, eyes wide. "Such an honor. Is there anything else Master Harry Potter requires?" Harry considered. "Actually, yes. Could you tell me what happened after I left the Great Hall? Did the sorting finish?" Topsy nodded eagerly. "Oh yes, sir. All students was sorted proper like, though many was talking about Master Harry Potter and the hat's demand. Topsy heard the Weasley boy, the new one, went to Gryffindor with his brothers, and the bushy-haired girl who talks much. The pale boy with the pointy face went to Slytherin, as everyone expected. So Ron and Hermione were in Gryffindor." Harry felt a pang. What if he ended up in a different house? Would they still want to be his friends? "One more thing," Harry said. "Can you tell me what's special about the 3rd floor corridor?" The goblins mentioned it, and Dumbledore seemed concerned. Topsy's ears drooped. "Topsy cannot say, sir. Headmaster Dumbledore has forbidden it. All house elves is sworn to secrecy." The elf looked so distressed that Harry quickly backtracked. "That's all right, Topsy. Forget I asked." The elf relaxed slightly. "Is Master Harry Potter needing anything else?" "No, thank you." With another bow and a pop, Topsy disappeared. Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting the food despite its quality. His thoughts kept returning to the fragment of Voldemort's soul lodged in his forehead. Had it been watching through his eyes all these years? Had it been whispering to him? Influencing him? After eating, he tried to rest but found sleep impossible. Instead, he paced the room, occasionally stopping to stare out the window at the vast, starlit grounds of Hogwarts. This was supposed to have been his first night in a dormitory with other students, the beginning of his new life as a wizard. Instead, he was isolated, carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history inside his scar. At precisely midnight, a soft knock came at the door. Professor McGonagall had returned, accompanied by Professor Flitwick. "It's time, Potter," McGonagall said gently. "Are you ready?" No, Harry thought. How could anyone be ready for something like this? But he nodded anyway and followed the professors through the silent castle. They descended several floors, taking passages Harry suspected weren't on the normal route, until they reached a part of the castle that felt older somehow, the stones rougher, the corridors narrower. They stopped before a massive oak door bound with iron. Flitwick raised his wand and traced a complex pattern in the air. The door swung open silently to reveal a circular chamber with a domed ceiling. The floor was inlaid with silver and gold runes that seemed to shimmer and move in the torchlight. In the center of the chamber stood a raised stone dais. Around it, 7 goblins in crimson robes were arranging various instruments and materials. Gornek looked up as they entered. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Right on time." Harry saw familiar faces among the wizards present, Dumbledore, Snape, and a witch he didn't recognize wearing lime green robes with the emblem of a bone and wand crossed. "This is Healer Andromeda Tonks from St. Mungo's," Dumbledore introduced her. "She will monitor your physical condition during the ritual." Healer Tonks smiled kindly at Harry. "Try not to worry too much, Mr. Potter. I'll be here to ensure your body suffers no harm." "What exactly is going to happen?" Harry asked, eyeing the dais nervously. "You will lie on the ritual stone," Gornek explained, gesturing to the dais. "We will create a magical containment field and then begin the extraction process. The Horcrux will resist, it has been part of you for a decade and will fight to remain. You must resist its influence and focus on your own identity." "How do I do that?" "Think of what defines you, Mr. Potter. Not the boy who lived, not the orphan, not the wizard, but you. Your core values. Your deepest desires. The things that would remain if everything else were stripped away." Harry swallowed hard. He wasn't sure he knew the answer to that. "It is time," Gornek announced. "Mr. Potter, please remove your outer robes and lie on the dais." Heart pounding, Harry removed his school robes, leaving him in his shirt, trousers, and shoes. He climbed onto the stone dais and lay down, staring up at the domed ceiling, which he now saw was painted with astronomical charts. The goblins took positions around the dais, equidistant from each other. Each held what looked like a silver tuning fork in one hand and a small golden bowl in the other. Gornek stood at Harry's head, directly above the lightning scar. "The ritual begins," Gornek intoned. He struck his tuning fork against the edge of his bowl, producing a clear, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate in Harry's very bones. One by one, the other goblins did the same, each note harmonizing with the last until the chamber rang with a chord that seemed to pierce through reality itself. Harry felt a strange sensation, as if the stone beneath him had become insubstantial. The runes on the floor began to glow brighter, pulsing in rhythm with the sustained chord from the goblin instruments. Gornek placed the golden bowl on Harry's forehead, covering the scar. The metal should have felt cold against his skin, but instead, it burned, not painfully, but with an intense heat that seemed to reach beneath his skin to something deeper. "Focus, Mr. Potter," Gornek commanded. "Remember who you are." Who was he? Harry tried to concentrate. He was Harry, just Harry. The boy who had survived in the cupboard under the stairs. The boy who had always felt different, even before he knew about magic. The boy who wanted friends, who stood up to bullies like Dudley, who was curious about the world. The burning sensation intensified. Harry gritted his teeth. The chord produced by the goblin instruments grew louder, and the light from the floor runes brightened until Harry had to squint. And then he felt it, something inside him stirring, like a creature long dormant suddenly awakening. A cold, alien presence in his mind. "Who disturbs my rest?" A high, cold voice whispered. Not in his ears, but inside his head. Harry gasped. The voice was nothing like his own thoughts. It carried an ancient malevolence that made his skin crawl. "No," the voice hissed. I will not be removed. I have dwelt here too long. This vessel is mine. Pain lanced through Harry's scar, worse than anything he'd ever experienced. He heard someone screaming and realized dimly that it was him. "Fight it, Mr. Potter." Gornick shouted over the noise. "Assert yourself. You are nothing without me," the voice whispered seductively. "A mere child. Unloved. Unwanted. I can give you power. I can give you vengeance against those who have hurt you." Images flashed through Harry's mind, Uncle Vernon cowering before him, Dudley begging for mercy, Aunt Petunia serving him like a king. "No," Harry thought fiercely. "That's not what I want." "Isn't it?" The voice mocked. "I have felt your hatred, your rage. I have tasted your desire for retribution." Had he felt those things? Yes, Harry admitted to himself. But there was more to him than that. He thought of Hagrid's kindness, of Ron sharing his sandwiches on the train, of Hermione's earnest desire to help. Pathetic attachments, the voice sneered. "You could have greatness." "Continue resisting, Mr. Potter," came Gornick's steady voice. "We are beginning the extraction." The goblin began to chant in a harsh, guttural language. The other goblins joined in, their voices creating a counterpoint to the sustained chord from their instruments. Harry felt something pulling at his scar, not physically, but magically. It was as though invisible hands were reaching into his very soul and grasping at the parasite within. The voice in his head shrieked in rage and pain. "No. I will not be cast out." The pain intensified. Harry arched his back, every muscle taut as wire. Through slitted eyes, he saw Healer Tonks wave her wand over him, her face creased with concern. "His vital signs are destabilizing," she reported tensely. "Heart rate dangerously elevated." "We cannot stop now," Gornick replied without breaking the rhythm of his chant. "The extraction has begun. To halt would risk both souls." Both souls. The phrase penetrated Harry's pain-fogged mind. This thing inside him wasn't just foreign, it was a literal piece of Voldemort. The man who had murdered his parents. The monster who had tried to kill him as a baby. Anger surged through Harry, not the petty resentment he'd sometimes felt toward the Dursleys, but a pure, righteous fury. This parasite had no right to him. No claim on his soul. "Get out!" he shouted, both aloud and in his mind. "You don't belong here." He felt the presence recoil, then rally. "You cannot cast me out, boy. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal." "You're just a fragment," Harry spat. "A broken piece. Not even a whole soul. And you're not welcome in mine." With all his mental strength, Harry pushed against the presence. He imagined it as a dark, oily stain on the clean fabric of his own being and willed it to be cleansed. The golden bowl on his forehead began to vibrate. A black mist seeped from beneath it, coiling and writhing in the air above Harry's head. The goblin's chanting intensified, and the black mist was drawn upward, toward the apex of the domed ceiling where a crystal apparatus now glowed with an eerie green light. "I will return," the voice promised, growing fainter. "This is not the end. There are others. We are legion." The last of the mist was pulled into the crystal, which turned from green to black. Gornick raised his tuning fork and struck it once more against his bowl. The resulting tone was different now, minor where it had been major, dissonant where it had been harmonious. The other goblins followed suit, creating a clash of sound that made Harry wince. With a sharp gesture, Gornick brought the cacophony to a halt. Silence fell, broken only by Harry's ragged breathing. "It is done," the goblin announced solemnly. "The Horcrux has been extracted." Harry lay trembling on the stone dais. His entire body ached as though he'd run a marathon, but his mind felt clearer than it ever had before. As if a fog he hadn't known existed had finally lifted. "How do you feel, Mr. Potter?" Healer Tonks asked, moving to his side and helping him sit up. Different, Harry murmured. Lighter. He reached up to touch his scar, which no longer burned but merely felt like the raised tissue of an old wound. It's really gone. Yes, Gornick confirmed, holding up the crystal, now swirling with black mist. Contained here, to be destroyed by goblin fire. And, what happens now? Harry asked, looking around at the assembled wizards and goblins. It was Dumbledore who answered, stepping forward with an expression of profound relief on his aged face. Now, Harry, we find out who you truly are. The hospital wing was quiet save for the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. Harry lay in a bed near the window, watching the first hints of dawn lighten the eastern sky. After the ritual, he'd been brought here for observation, despite his protests that he felt fine, better than fine, actually. His mind kept returning to the voice he'd heard, Voldemort's voice, and the knowledge that for 10 years, he'd been carrying a piece of his parents' murderer inside him. The thought made him shudder. Yet with the horror came relief. The Horcrux was gone. Whatever influence it had exerted over his thoughts, his personality, his magic, it was over. For the first time since he was 15 months old, Harry was completely himself. But who was that, exactly? The door to the hospital wing opened, and Dumbledore entered, his purple robe swishing softly against the stone floor. Despite the early hour, the headmaster looked alert, though the lines on his face seemed deeper than before. "Good morning, Harry," he said quietly, taking a seat in the chair beside the bed. "How are you feeling?" "Better," Harry replied honestly. "Clearer, somehow." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "The Horcrux has been destroyed. The goblin healers used their sacred fire, one of the few substances capable of destroying such an abomination." "Sir," Harry began hesitantly, "that voice I heard during the ritual, it said there were others." "Other Horcruxes?" Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened. "Did it indeed? That is, most troubling, though not entirely unexpected. So Voldemort isn't completely gone? Even though his body was destroyed when he attacked me? I have long suspected that Voldemort took measures to ensure his survival beyond physical death," Dumbledore admitted. "The existence of a Horcrux confirms these fears. And if there are more, as the fragment suggested, then he could come back," Harry finished. The thought chilled him to the bone. "It is a possibility we must consider," Dumbledore agreed gravely. "But that is a concern for another day. For now, we must focus on you, Harry. The Sorting Hat has agreed to attempt your sorting again this morning, once Madame Pomfrey has cleared you." As if summoned by her name, the matron bustled out of her office. "Talking to my patient already, headmaster. He needs rest after that ordeal." "I assure you, Poppy, I will not stay long," Dumbledore said with a placating smile. "I merely wish to check on Harry's progress and inform him of the plan for his sorting." Madame Pomfrey huffed but proceeded to cast diagnostic spells over Harry. "Well, your vital signs are stable, and the magical residue from the ritual has dissipated." She produced a vial of potion from her pocket. "Drink this strengthening solution, Mr. Potter, and you should be fit for your sorting within the hour." Harry downed the potion, which tasted like overcooked cabbage, and tried not to grimace. "Excellent," Dumbledore said. "The Sorting Hat awaits in my office. Once you are ready, Professor McGonagall will escort you there." He rose to leave, then paused. "Harry, I want you to know that whatever house the Hat places you in, it will be where you truly belong, where the real Harry Potter, unburdened by Voldemort's influence, is meant to be." After Dumbledore left, Madame Pomfrey insisted Harry rest for another half-hour before declaring him sufficiently recovered. Professor McGonagall arrived to escort him, her expression uncharacteristically gentle. "How are you, Potter?" she asked as they walked through the quiet corridors. Most students were still at breakfast, so they encountered few people on their way. "I'm all right, Professor," Harry assured her. "Just nervous about the sorting." McGonagall nodded understandingly. "That is natural. But remember, each of our houses has produced outstanding witches and wizards. There is no right or wrong house, only the house that best matches your true character. They reached a gargoyle statue that sprang aside when McGonagall said, "Chocolate frog." Behind it, a spiral staircase wound upward, moving like an escalator. At the top was a polished oak door with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Dumbledore's office was a large, circular room filled with strange silver instruments that whirred and emitted puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of sleeping witches and wizards, former headmasters and headmistresses, Harry guessed. Behind Dumbledore's desk sat the familiar patched and frayed sorting hat on a shelf. "Ah, Harry, Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore greeted them from behind his desk. "I believe we are ready to proceed with the sorting." Harry approached the shelf where the hat sat. After his experience with it the night before, he felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity. "Hello again," he said softly to the hat. "Mr. Potter," the hat replied, its tear near the brim opening like a mouth. "I am pleased to see you free of that malignant presence. Now we can determine where you truly belong." With a deep breath, Harry lifted the hat and placed it on his head. Once more, the great hall and Dumbledore's office disappeared as the hat dropped over his eyes. "Much better," the hat murmured in his ear. "I can see you clearly now, without that dark fragment clouding your essence. Let me see, there's courage, yes, and intelligence too. Not a bad mind at all. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself." Harry gripped the edges of the chair, remembering how the hat had sensed the Horcrux the night before. "You'd do well in Gryffindor," the hat continued. "Your natural bravery would flourish there. But there's something else now, something I can see without the Horcrux's interference. Ambition, resourcefulness, and a certain disregard for rules when they conflict with your goals." "That sounds like Slytherin," Harry thought nervously. "Indeed it does," the hat agreed. "And what a fine Slytherin you could be. The house would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that." Harry hesitated. He'd heard that Slytherin had produced more dark wizards than any other house. Hagrid had mentioned it on their trip to Diagon Alley, and Ron had spoken disparagingly of Slytherin on the train. Plus, it was Voldemort's old house. Concerned about Slytherin's reputation, the hat asked, reading his thoughts. "Consider this, Mr. Potter, houses don't make wizards good or evil. Wizards make their houses what they are. And a Potter in Slytherin, now that would be interesting indeed. My parents were in Gryffindor, weren't they?" Harry thought. "They were," the hat confirmed. "But you are not your parents, Harry Potter. You are yourself, and after last night's ritual, perhaps for the first time truly so." Harry considered this. The hat was right. If he was to discover who he truly was without the Horcrux's influence, shouldn't he embrace the hat's assessment rather than fighting it? "All right," he thought. "If you think Slytherin is where I belong." "I do," the hat said firmly. "Which is why it better be Slytherin." The last word was shouted aloud. Harry removed the hat to see both Dumbledore and McGonagall looking surprised, though Dumbledore quickly masked it with a benign smile. "Well," the headmaster said, "Slytherin gains an unexpected member. Congratulations, Harry." "Slytherin?" Harry asked uncertainly. "Are you sure that's right? After everything with Voldemort?" "The Sorting Hat has never been wrong," Dumbledore said gently. "And perhaps there is a certain poetry to the boy who lived being sorted into the house of the wizard he defeated. You have a chance to change perceptions, Harry, to show that Slytherin traits like ambition and resourcefulness can be used for good as well as ill." McGonagall seemed to be struggling with her reaction but composed herself admirably. "I will inform Professor Snape," she said. "As head of Slytherin House, he will help you get settled in your dormitory." Harry's heart sank. Snape, who had looked at him with such dislike. Would the professor make his time at Hogwarts miserable? "I'm sure Professor Snape will be supportive," Dumbledore said, though Harry detected a note of uncertainty in his voice. As if on cue, there was a knock at the office door, and Snape himself entered. His black eyes immediately found Harry, and his lip curled slightly. "You wish to see me, headmaster?" "Ah, Severus. Excellent timing. We have just completed Harry's sorting, and I'm pleased to inform you that he will be joining Slytherin House." Snape went very still, his expression impossible to read. "Potter? In Slytherin?" "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed cheerfully. The Sorting Hat was most decided on the matter. Snape's gaze returned to Harry, this time with an intensity that made Harry want to squirm. It was as though the professor were trying to see through him to some hidden truth. "The hat is certain?" Snape asked quietly. "This is not some residual influence from the extracted entity?" "I assure you," the hat spoke up from the shelf, "my assessment is based solely on Mr. Potter's innate qualities. Without the Horcrux clouding my perception, I can see that his natural traits align most closely with Salazar Slytherin's values." Snape continued to stare at Harry for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. "Very well. I will make the necessary arrangements. Potter, you will need your belongings brought to the Slytherin dormitory." "Hagrid brought my trunk to the castle yesterday," Harry offered. "I will have it moved," Snape said. "Come with me, Potter. I will show you to your new house." Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded encouragingly. "Go on, Harry. And remember what I said about changing perceptions." As Harry followed Snape from the office and down the spiral staircase, he felt a mixture of trepidation and strange excitement. Slytherin. He was going to be in Slytherin. The house of cunning and ambition. The house most students seem to fear or despise. The house where, according to the Sorting Hat, he truly belonged. "Sir," Harry ventured as they descended toward the dungeons, "are you disappointed that I'm in Slytherin?" Snape stopped abruptly and turned to face him. His expression was unreadable. "Why would you think that, Potter?" Harry swallowed. "It seemed like you didn't like me very much. And now I'm in your house." Snape was silent for a moment, studying Harry with those impenetrable black eyes. "I had expectations about you," he finally said. "Preconceptions based on your father. Perhaps those were premature. It wasn't exactly a warm welcome, but it was better than outright hostility." Harry nodded, unsure how to respond. "Slytherin House is misunderstood," Snape continued, resuming their descent. "The other houses see only ambition and cunning, which they equate with selfishness and deception. But true Slytherins understand that ambition can fuel great achievements, and cunning can solve problems where brute force fails." They had reached a bare stretch of stone wall in the dungeons. Snape stopped before it. "The current password is Draconifers. Do not share it with students from other houses." As Snape spoke the password, the stone wall slid open to reveal a passage. They stepped through into a long, low room with rough stone walls and greenish lamps hanging from chains. The ceiling was low, and through the windows, Harry could see murky water. They were partially beneath the lake, he realized. The Slytherin common room was empty save for one student, Draco Malfoy, who looked up from a leather armchair with an expression of shock. "Professor Snape," he exclaimed. "And Potter?" "Mr. Malfoy," Snape said smoothly, "Mr. Potter has been sorted into Slytherin House following some unexpected complications with his initial sorting. I expect you to ensure he is properly integrated into our house." Malfoy's pale, pointed face registered disbelief. "Potter? In Slytherin?" "I am aware it is unexpected," Snape said dryly. "Nevertheless, it is the Sorting Hat's decision, and we will respect it. Mr. Potter's dormitory will be the first-year boys' room, show him the way. I must speak with the prefects about this development." With that, Snape swept from the common room, leaving Harry alone with Malfoy, who was still staring at him as though he'd grown a second head. "So," Harry said awkwardly, "I guess we're housemates." Malfoy seemed to recover his composure. What happened with your sorting? Everyone was talking about how the hat refused to sort you. Harry hesitated. How much should he reveal? The entire school would know something had happened, but the details of the Horcrux seemed too dangerous to share widely. There was something interfering with the hat's ability to read me properly, he said carefully. The Gringotts healers fixed it. And now you're in Slytherin, Malfoy said slowly. Not what anyone expected for the boy who lived. Not what I expected either, Harry admitted. Malfoy considered him for a moment, then stood. Well, if you're going to be in Slytherin, we should start over. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He extended his hand. Harry remembered their previous encounter on the train, where he'd rejected Malfoy's offer of friendship after the boy had insulted Ron. But things were different now. He was in Slytherin, and he'd need allies. He took Malfoy's hand. Harry Potter. Malfoy smirked. I know who you are. Everyone does. But being in Slytherin will change things for you, Potter. People will look at you differently now. I'm starting to realize that, Harry said. The dormitories are this way, Malfoy said, gesturing toward a door on the right. First years get the rooms closest to the common room. As they walked, Harry asked, where is everyone else? Breakfast, Malfoy replied. Which is where I was heading when Snape asked me to wait here for some reason. Now I know why. He pushed open a door to reveal a room with 5 four-poster beds hung with green silk curtains. Silver lanterns hung from the ceiling, casting a soft light over the room. That one's probably yours, Malfoy said, pointing to a bed where Harry's trunk now sat at the foot. The others belong to Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, and Zabini. And me, of course. He indicated a bed with an ornate trunk bearing the Malfoy crest. Harry moved to his bed and sat down, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. In the span of a day, he discovered he had a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar, had it removed through an ancient goblin ritual, and been sorted into Slytherin, the house most associated with dark wizards. Look, Potter, Malfoy said, interrupting his thoughts. This is going to be awkward for everyone at first. But Slytherins stick together. Whatever happens outside our house, in here, we present a united front. Even though you didn't expect me to be here? Harry asked skeptically. Malfoy shrugged. The hat put you here for a reason. And besides, having the famous Harry Potter in Slytherin could be useful. Harry wasn't sure he liked the calculating look in Malfoy's grey eyes, but he understood the sentiment. This was Slytherin, after all, home of the cunning and ambitious. We should go to breakfast, Malfoy said. Everyone will want to see this for themselves. Harry nodded and stood, steeling himself for what was to come. As they left the dormitory, he caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror on the wall. He looked the same, messy black hair, green eyes, lightning scar, and yet somehow different. Unburdened, perhaps. For the first time in his life, he was truly just Harry. Harry Potter, the Slytherin. It was time to find out what that meant. Chapter 2, The Silver Serpent's Den. Harry followed Malfoy into the Great Hall, fighting the urge to duck his head at the immediate wave of whispers that washed over them. Students at all 4 house tables turned to stare, some pointing openly, others leaning to whisper urgently to their neighbors. Potter's in Slytherin. Did you see his robes? I heard the Sorting Hat refused him last night. Dark magic in his scar. Gringotts healers. Malfoy seemed to draw himself up taller under the scrutiny. Head high, Potter, he murmured. Slytherins don't shrink from attention. Easy for him to say, Harry thought. Malfoy clearly enjoyed being the center of attention. But Harry squared his shoulders and followed Malfoy to the Slytherin table, where their arrival caused an immediate reshuffling. Students slid apart, creating a space in their midst rather than merely at the end of the table. Morning, Malfoy announced to the table at large as he sat. Look who's joined Slytherin house. Harry took the seat beside him, acutely aware of the calculating gazes fixed upon him. The Slytherins were less openly shocked than the rest of the school, more assessing, as though trying to determine if his presence was an asset or a liability. A handsome black boy with high cheekbones leaned forward. "So it's true then? Potter's one of us now." "The Sorting Hat made it official this morning," Malfoy confirmed, helping himself to toast. "After whatever those goblins did to his scar." Blaise Zabini, the boy introduced himself to Harry with a slight nod. "So what happened with the hat yesterday, Potter? Half the school thinks you're secretly a dark wizard now." Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. "What? No. It was actually the opposite. There was." He hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "There was dark magic in my scar from when Voldemort attacked me as a baby." Several Slytherins flinched at the name, and Harry noted this reaction with surprise. Even here, in the house most associated with the Dark Lord, fear of his name persisted. "The Gringotts healers removed it," he continued more carefully. "And then the hat sorted me here." "Interesting," said a girl with dark hair and a shrewd expression. "I'm Pansy Parkinson. I've never heard of someone needing healers just to be sorted." It was unusual, Harry admitted. Professor Dumbledore seemed surprised too. "Bet he was counting on his golden boy going to Gryffindor," remarked a weedy boy with brown hair who introduced himself as Theodore Nott. "This must have thrown a wrench in his plans." Harry frowned. "What do you mean, his plans?" The Slytherins exchanged glances that clearly communicated, "He really doesn't know anything, does he?" "Dumbledore has always favored Gryffindor," explained an older girl who wore a prefect badge. "I'm Gemma Farley, fifth-year prefect. Welcome to Slytherin, Potter. You'll find we do things differently here than what you might have expected." Harry was about to ask more when he caught sight of Ron and Hermione entering the Great Hall. Ron spotted him at the Slytherin table and stopped dead, his expression a mixture of confusion and dismay. Hermione tugged at his sleeve, urging him toward the Gryffindor table, but her eyes remained fixed on Harry. "Looks like Weasley can't believe his eyes," Malfoy sneered. "Probably thought you'd be following his family's well-worn path to Gryffindor." "Ron's all right," Harry said automatically. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "You're defending a Weasley? Potter, you need to understand something. In Slytherin, we choose our associations carefully. Some families are better than others. I can decide that for myself, thanks," Harry replied coolly. An awkward silence fell, broken by Gemma Farley. "That's actually a good point, Potter. Not about Weasley specifically, but about choosing your own path. Slytherins are judged harshly by the other houses. We look after our own." "Speaking of which," said Blaise, nodding toward the entrance. Professor Snape had entered the Great Hall and was walking directly toward them, his black robes billowing. He stopped behind Harry, his presence causing a hush to fall over the Slytherin table. "Potter," he said, his voice carrying just far enough for the nearby students to hear. "Your class schedule. First years have double potions with the Gryffindors this morning." His dark eyes studied Harry for a moment. "I expect my house to be prepared and punctual." Harry took the offered parchment. "Yes, sir." "Thank you." Snape gave a curt nod and continued down the table, distributing schedules to other students. Harry examined his timetable, noting that besides potions, he had charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, and astronomy spread throughout the week. "Double potions with the Gryffindors first thing," Draco observed, looking at his identical schedule. "That should be interesting." The Slytherins around them chuckled, clearly anticipating something Harry wasn't aware of. "What's interesting about it?" he asked. "Professor Snape favors Slytherin," Pansy explained with a smirk. "And he really doesn't like Gryffindors." Harry remembered Snape's initial coldness toward him and wondered if being sorted into Slytherin would change the professor's attitude. The head of Slytherin House had been civil this morning, but hardly warm. "We should head to the dungeons early," Gemma advised. Professor Snape appreciates punctuality, especially from his own house. Harry finished his breakfast quickly and rose to follow the other first-year Slytherins. As they passed the Gryffindor table, Ron half stood, as though wanting to speak to him, but seemed to think better of it when he noticed Harry's Slytherin entourage. Hermione, however, was bolder. She stepped directly into their path, her bushy hair seeming even more voluminous in her agitation. "Harry! Is it true you've been sorted into Slytherin?" Her eyes darted to his now green and silver tie. "What happened last night? Everyone's saying the Sorting Hat found dark magic in your scar." Malfoy stepped forward. "Mind your own business, Granger." "I'm talking to Harry," she said firmly, not backing down. "It's okay," Harry told Malfoy, then turned to Hermione. "Yes, I'm in Slytherin now. There was something wrong with my scar that was interfering with the sorting. The Gringotts healers fixed it. But Slytherin?" Ron had joined them now, his freckled face confused. "Mate, that can't be right. You're not a... I mean, Slytherin's full of..." "Full of what, Weasley?" challenged Theo not. "Go on, say it." Ron's ears reddened. "Everyone knows Slytherins produced more dark wizards than any other house. And more ministers for magic, and successful business leaders, and influential researchers," Gemma Farley countered smoothly. "Ambition takes many forms, Weasley." Harry felt caught in the middle of a brewing confrontation. "Look, I was surprised too," he admitted to Ron and Hermione. "But the Sorting Hat was pretty clear after my scar was fixed." "But we thought we'd be in the same house," Ron said, looking genuinely disappointed. "After meeting on the train and everything." "We can still be friends," Harry insisted. "It doesn't matter what house we're in." Several Slytherins made noises of disagreement, but Harry ignored them. He wasn't going to let house rivalry dictate his friendships. "We're going to be late for potions," Malfoy said pointedly. "I'll see you in class," Harry told Ron and Hermione. "We can talk more then." As they continued toward the dungeons, Pansy sidled up beside him. "You really want to be friends with a Weasley and a Mudblood?" Harry stopped abruptly. "Don't call her that." "Call her what?" Pansy asked innocently. "That word. Mudblood. Hagrid told me it's a really foul name for someone Muggle-born." The Slytherins exchanged glances again. "Potter," Draco said with exaggerated patience, "you need to understand how things work. Magical heritage matters. Those of us from old wizarding families have traditions, knowledge, and connections that newcomers don't." "So?" Harry challenged. "Hermione probably knows more spells already than half our year. And I'm half-blood myself, my mother was Muggle-born." This seemed to give them pause. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was publicly claiming his half-blood status without shame. "It's not just about magical ability," Theo said after a moment. "It's about culture, about understanding our world." "Then teach me," Harry responded. "I was raised by Muggles who hated magic. I don't know any of this stuff. But that doesn't make me worth less." An uncomfortable silence fell as they reached the potions classroom. They were early, the door was still closed. "You're going to be a complicated addition to Slytherin, aren't you, Potter?" Blaise finally said, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. "I'm just being honest," Harry said. "Isn't that valued in Slytherin too?" "Honesty when it serves a purpose," Gemma clarified. "Not honesty for its own sake, that's a Hufflepuff trait." The door to the potions classroom swung open before Harry could respond. Snape stood in the doorway, surveying them with those fathomless black eyes. "Enter," he commanded. Slytherins on the right side of the classroom. They filed in, taking their assigned half of the dungeon classroom. Harry found himself sharing a workbench with Draco, who set up his cauldron with practiced efficiency. The dungeon was colder than the rest of the castle, and creepy pickled animals floated in glass jars along the walls. The Gryffindors arrived minutes later, filling in the left side of the room. Ron and Hermione found seats directly across the aisle from Harry, and Ron gave him a small, uncertain wave. Harry returned it, ignoring Draco's disapproving look. Snape began the class by taking roll call. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry had expected his placement in Slytherin might have softened Snape's apparent dislike, but the professor's tone suggested otherwise. Still, there was something different in the way Snape looked at him now, less hostility, more assessment. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Despite himself, Harry was captivated. There was a passion in Snape's voice that contrasted starkly with his cold demeanor. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked, caught off guard. He had no idea. He glanced at Hermione, whose hand had shot into the air, then at Draco, who was watching with interest. "I don't know, sir," Harry admitted. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Fame clearly isn't everything. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hermione's hand stretched even higher, but again, Harry had to admit ignorance. "I don't know, sir." "Did you open a book before coming, Potter?" Snape demanded. Harry felt his face growing hot. He had looked through his books, but he couldn't remember everything he'd read. "Yes, sir, but I didn't memorize. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretching toward the dungeon ceiling. Harry felt a flash of irritation, not at her, but at being singled out this way. "I don't know," Harry said quietly. "But I think Hermione does. Why don't you ask her?" Several Gryffindors laughed nervously. Snape, however, was not amused. "Sit down," he snapped at Hermione. "For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, also known as aconite." He swept his gaze across the classroom. "Well? Why aren't you all copying that down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, "And a point from Slytherin, Potter, for your cheek." Harry stared in disbelief. Snape had taken a point from his own house. Beside him, Draco looked equally shocked. "He never takes points from Slytherin," he whispered. "You must have really annoyed him." Snape set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils, sweeping around the room in his long black cloak, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. Harry worked methodically, checking and double-checking each instruction. He didn't want to give Snape another reason to single him out. To his surprise, potion-making came more naturally than he expected. Without the constant presence of the Dursleys belittling his efforts, he found he could focus better than he ever had in Muggle school. There was a precision to brewing that reminded him of cooking, which he'd been forced to do often at Privet Drive. "Not completely hopeless, Potter," Snape commented as he inspected Harry's cauldron. From him, it seemed like high praise. Across the room, Neville Longbottom somehow managed to melt his cauldron, and the potion seeping across the stone floor burned holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "Idiot boy," snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion with a wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Take him to the hospital wing, he spat at Seamus Finnegan, a Gryffindor boy. Then he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working near Neville. You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought it would make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point you've lost for Slytherin. This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. Don't push it, he muttered. I've heard Snape can turn really nasty. Harry closed his mouth, seething. 2 points from his own house on the first day. The other Slytherins would blame him for this. As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later, Harry's mind was racing. Why did Snape seem to hate him so much? Was it because he'd defended Hermione? That was bizarre, Theo commented as they headed to their next class. Snape never takes points from Slytherin, especially not in front of Gryffindors. Maybe he's trying to prove he's not showing favoritism to Potter, suggested Blaise. Or maybe he just doesn't like me, Harry said grimly. Draco seemed to be studying him with renewed interest. My father knows Professor Snape quite well. He says Snape values competence above all else. Maybe he's just testing you. Harry wasn't convinced, but before he could respond, a voice called his name. He turned to see Ron hurrying after them, Hermione a few steps behind. Harry! Wait up! The Slytherins paused, forming a loose semicircle around Harry. He felt oddly like they were bodyguards, though whether they were protecting him or isolating him wasn't clear. What is it, Weasley? Draco asked coldly. Ron ignored him, focusing on Harry. That was really unfair of Snape to take points from you. He's known for favoring Slytherins, but he really seems to have it in for you. Thanks, Harry said, genuinely appreciating the support. I don't know what his problem is. He does seem to be treating you differently from the other Slytherins, Hermione observed. It's quite unusual, based on what I've read about house dynamics. Fascinating analysis, Granger, Pansy said sarcastically. Do you have a point, or are you just here to share your vast knowledge of Hogwarts after attending for a whole day? Hermione flushed but stood her ground. I just wanted to make sure Harry was okay. It can't be easy switching houses and dealing with a professor who seems to dislike you. I'm fine, Harry assured her. Really? It's just been a lot to adjust to. Ron shifted awkwardly. Listen, mate. About what I said earlier. About Slytherin and dark wizards. I didn't mean you. You're obviously not dark. Obviously, Draco drawled. Because Potter here vanquished the Dark Lord as a baby, didn't he? Makes him practically a saint. That's not what I meant, Ron protested. We're going to be late for Transfiguration, Harry interrupted, sensing the conversation was heading nowhere good. I'll see you later, Ron, Hermione. As they walked away, Theo leaned close to Harry. You know, Potter, fraternizing with Gryffindors isn't going to make your life in Slytherin any easier. They're my friends, Harry said firmly. I'm not going to ignore them just because we're in different houses. Admirable loyalty, Blaise commented. Almost Hufflepuff-like. I thought the Sorting Hat didn't make mistakes. Harry challenged. Blaise grinned. Touché, Potter. But you'll find that in Slytherin, we tend to be selective about where we place our loyalty. It's a precious commodity, not to be squandered. Transfiguration was taught by Professor McGonagall, who was indeed as strict as she had appeared the night before. She gave them a talking to the moment they sat down. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. They were all very impressed and couldn't wait to get started, but soon realized they weren't going to be changing furniture into animals for a long time. After taking complicated notes, they were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. Harry found himself concentrating harder than he ever had before. There was something different about casting magic now, a clarity he hadn't experienced during his brief attempts on the train. When he focused on the incantation and wand movement, he could feel his magic responding more precisely than before. By the end of the class, he had managed to turn his match silver and pointy, though it wasn't quite a perfect needle. To his surprise, Professor McGonagall showed the class his attempt along with Hermione's, which was also nearly complete. "Well done, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," she said with a rare smile. 5 points each to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry felt a surge of pride. He'd earned back the points Snape had taken, plus 3 more. Maybe his academic performance at Hogwarts wouldn't be as mediocre as it had been in Muggle school, where he deliberately held back to avoid outshining Dudley. As they left the classroom, Draco fell into step beside him. "Not bad, Potter. Didn't expect you to be near the top of the class, what with growing up with Muggles." Harry wasn't sure if this was meant to be a compliment or not. "Thanks, I think. It just seemed easier than I expected." "Magic often comes naturally to those from magical families," Draco said. "Even half-bloods," he added, as though making a concession. Harry thought about correcting this assumption. He suspected his unexpected aptitude had more to do with the removal of the Horcrux than any inherent magical talent, but decided against it. Let them think what they wanted for now. The rest of the day passed in a blur of new classes, new faces, and the continuing adjustment to life in the castle. By the time they returned to the Slytherin common room that evening, Harry was mentally exhausted but oddly invigorated. For the first time, he felt like he might actually belong at Hogwarts, even if his house placement had been unexpected. The common room was busier now than it had been that morning, filled with students of all years lounging in the green upholstered chairs or studying at the elegant ebony tables. A fire crackled in the ornate fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls adorned with tapestries of famous Slytherins and their achievements. Harry found himself drawn to one particular tapestry depicting a wizard with a silver snake familiar. The plaque beneath identified him as Paracelsus, a famous 16th-century alchemist and healer. "Interested in healers, Potter?" came a voice from behind him. It was Gemma Farley, the prefect from breakfast. "Just looking," Harry said. "There's so much history here. Slytherin has produced some of the greatest minds in magical history," Gemma told him, pride evident in her voice. "Not just dark wizards, whatever the other houses might say. But we've learned to let them underestimate us, it gives us an advantage." Harry thought about this. Is that why everyone seems so controlled here? Even the first years act differently in the common room than they do in class. Gemma smiled approvingly. "Observant. Yes, Slytherins learn early that we're viewed with suspicion by the rest of the school. We present a united front outside these walls, even when we disagree amongst ourselves." "And do we disagree often?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "Oh, constantly," she laughed. "We're ambitious individuals, not a hive mind. But we settle our differences privately." She gestured to a notice board near the entrance. "You should read the house rules. Professor Snape will be addressing the first years shortly." As if on cue, the stone wall slid open, and Professor Snape entered the common room. Conversation immediately died down, and the students straightened almost imperceptibly. "First years," Snape called. "Gather here." Harry and the other new Slytherins assembled before the professor, who surveyed them with his typical inscrutable expression. "Welcome to Slytherin House," he began, his voice soft but carrying clearly through the now silent common room. "You have been selected by the Sorting Hat because you possess qualities valued by Salazar Slytherin: ambition, resourcefulness, determination, and a certain disregard for rules that impede your goals." Harry thought he detected the ghost of a smirk on Snape's thin lips. However, the professor continued, "Being a Slytherin is not simply about pursuing your own ends. It is about representing this house with dignity and cunning. The other houses view us with suspicion and, often, hostility. You will be judged more harshly, held to higher standards, and punished more severely for the same infractions." He paced before them, his black robes rippling. This is not fair, but it is reality. Therefore, I have 3 rules. First, whatever conflicts exist between you remain within these walls. To the outside world, Slytherin stand united. Second, do not get caught breaking school rules. I do not care what mischief you engage in, but I will be displeased if you are foolish enough to be discovered. And third, excel. In class, in Quidditch, in whatever pursuits you undertake. Mediocrity is not tolerated in Slytherin House. He stopped pacing and fixed each of them with his penetrating gaze, lingering slightly longer on Harry. Are there any questions? There were none. Even Draco, who seemed eager to impress Snape, remained silent. Very well. The prefects will assist you with any concerns. My office hours are posted on the notice board. I expect not to see most of you there. With a curt nod, he swept from the common room, the stone walls sliding shut behind him. Well, that was cheerful, muttered Theo as the common room gradually returned to its normal volume. He's always like that, said an older boy who introduced himself as Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Intimidating the first years is tradition. But Snape's actually decent as a head of house, he'll back you against the other professors if you're in the right, and sometimes even when you're not. Unless you're Potter, apparently, Pansy observed. He took points from you twice today. Harry frowned. Yeah, what was that about? I thought he favored Slytherins. He does, generally, Marcus said, studying Harry with interest. Must be something special about you, Potter. Maybe it's because of my father, Harry suggested, remembering Snape's comment about preconceptions. Several of the older students exchanged glances. What about your father? Asked a tall girl with long black hair. Harry shrugged. I don't know much about him, honestly. But Professor Snape mentioned having expectations about me based on my father. James Potter was known to be a bit of a troublemaker at Hogwarts, the girl said carefully. He and his friends were always in conflict with some of the Slytherins of their year. How do you know that? Harry asked, surprised. My mother was at school with them, she replied. I'm Lucinda Avery, by the way. 4th year. Harry filed this information away. It seemed there was much about his parents he didn't know, information that might be available from the older Slytherins and their families. Enough history, Draco interrupted. Let's talk about something important, like when flying lessons start. Potter, have you ever been on a broom? The conversation shifted to Quidditch and flying, with Draco boasting about his prowess on a broom and near misses with Muggle helicopters. Harry remained silent, having no experience to share, but he listened attentively. Flying sounded wonderful, a freedom he'd never experienced. As the evening wore on, Harry found himself observing his new housemates with growing fascination. Slytherins, he realized, were not the uniform block of sneering, pure-blood supremacists he'd been led to expect. Yes, many held views about blood status that made him uncomfortable, but they were also fiercely loyal to each other, intellectually curious, and refreshingly straightforward, at least behind closed doors. He was particularly struck by the house hierarchy. Unlike the other houses, where age seemed to be the primary determinant of status, in Slytherin, respect was earned through a combination of family connections, personal accomplishments, and demonstrated magical skill. Despite being a first year, Draco commanded a certain deference due to his family name and connections. Others, like Blaise Zabini, occupied a more ambiguous position, respected for their cunning and observational skills rather than raw power or influence. And then there was Harry himself. The boy who lived, now unexpectedly in Slytherin. He could feel the house still evaluating him, trying to determine where he fit in their complex social web. Was he an asset or a liability? A leader or a follower? A true Slytherin or an anomaly? Potter, called Lucinda Avery, interrupting his thoughts. Some of us are having an informal study group for charms tomorrow evening. You should join us. Harry recognized this for what it was, not just an invitation to study, but a chance for the older students to assess him more thoroughly. "Thanks," he said. "I'd like that." As he prepared for bed later that night, Harry found himself reflecting on the bizarre turn his life had taken. Just 2 days ago, he'd been on the Hogwarts Express, nervous but excited, expecting to follow in his parents' footsteps to Gryffindor. Now, he was a Slytherin, free of Voldemort's soul fragment, and navigating a social landscape more complex than anything he'd encountered at Privet Drive. "Settling in, Potter?" Draco asked as they changed into their pajamas. "Getting there," Harry replied honestly. "Good. Because tomorrow's going to be interesting. Double herbology with the Hufflepuffs, and then defense against the dark arts. I've heard Professor Quirrell's a joke, but the subject matter should be fascinating." Harry nodded, but a memory stirred, his scar hurting when he'd passed Professor Quirrell in the Great Hall the night before. That had been before the Horcrux was removed. Would being in Quirrell's class affect him differently now? "Night, Potter," Draco said, pulling the green curtains around his bed. "Night," Harry responded, doing the same. As he lay in the darkness, listening to the gentle lapping of the lake against the windows, Harry touched his scar. It felt different now, just a raised line of tissue, with none of the occasional tingling or burning he'd experienced before. The Horcrux was gone, and with it, hopefully, any connection to Voldemort. But the words the fragment had spoken during the extraction ritual echoed in his mind: "There are others. We are Legion." If Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, as the fragment suggested, then he wasn't truly gone. And if he ever returned, how would he react to finding his prophesied nemesis sorted into Slytherin? Harry pushed these troubling thoughts aside. For now, he needed to focus on learning magic, making allies, and finding his place in Slytherin House. The rest would have to wait. The next morning, Harry woke early, before any of his dorm mates. The dungeon room was dimly lit by the green-tinged light filtering through the lake-facing windows. He dressed quietly and decided to explore the common room while it was still peaceful. To his surprise, he wasn't alone. Daphne Greengrass, a quiet girl who had said little during yesterday's activities, sat in a window alcove, reading a thick book. She looked up as Harry approached. "Morning, Potter. Early riser?" "Sometimes," he said. "Hard to sleep with so much to think about." She nodded, marking her place in the book. "I understand. It's a lot to process, even for those of us who grew up knowing about Hogwarts." Harry hesitated, then asked, "Can I ask you something? You seem different from some of the others. Less aggressively Slytherin, you mean?" She smiled slightly. "We're not all cut from the same cloth, Potter. Some of us prefer to observe before acting." "What do you think about me being in Slytherin?" he asked directly. "After everything with Voldemort?" To her credit, Daphne barely flinched at the name. "I think the Sorting Hat placed you where you belong. Whatever happened with your scar and the Gringotts healers revealed your true nature." She studied him with keen blue eyes. "The question is, what do you think about being here?" It was a good question, one Harry had been asking himself repeatedly. "I'm still figuring that out," he admitted. "But I think I might actually fit here, in a way I never expected." She nodded, seemingly satisfied with his answer. "The Greengrass family has a saying, adapt, thrive, survive. That's essentially what being a Slytherin means. We adapt to circumstances, we find ways to thrive where others might falter, and ultimately, we survive, even when the odds are against us." "I've had some practice with that," Harry said wryly, thinking of his years with the Dursleys. "I expect you have." She reopened her book. "And Potter? Don't let Malfoy or Parkinson dictate who you can befriend. True Slytherins make their own judgments." Her words stayed with Harry as other students began to filter into the common room, and eventually, they all headed to breakfast. The Great Hall was less tense this morning, although he still attracted stares. Harry's presence at the Slytherin table no longer seemed to cause a sensation. Herbology was held in the greenhouses behind the castle. Professor Sprout, a dumpy little witch with flyaway hair, showed them how to care for various magical plants and fungi. Harry found himself partnered with a Hufflepuff boy named Justin Finch-Fletchley, who seemed nervous about working with a Slytherin but warmed up as they tackled the assignment together. "I was down for eatin', you know," Justin told him as they repotted a Flutterby bush. "But when the Hogwarts letter came, I couldn't resist. My parents were a bit shocked, no magic in the family, but they came around when they saw the book list." Harry was struck by how differently the Hufflepuff approached him compared to the wary attitude most non-Slytherins had shown. "You don't seem bothered by me being in Slytherin," he observed. Justin shrugged. "Professor Sprout told us not to judge people by their house. She said it's our choices that show who we really are, not which common room we sleep in." He lowered his voice. "Besides, everyone's talking about what happened with your sorting. If the hat put you in Slytherin after those healers fixed your scar, then that must be where you belong, right?" "Right," Harry agreed, feeling an unexpected surge of gratitude toward the Hufflepuff head of house. Defense against the dark arts, however, proved to be a disappointment. Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which everyone said was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania. His turban, he told them, had been given to him by an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a troublesome zombie, but no one really believed this story. For one thing, when Seamus Finnegan eagerly asked how Quirrell had fought off the zombie, the professor went pink and started talking about the weather. Harry noticed something odd during the lesson. Without the Horcrux, he no longer felt pain in his scar when looking at Quirrell, but he did experience a strange sense of unease, as though something about the stuttering professor was fundamentally wrong. He tried to focus on the lecture, such as it was, but found his mind wandering. The contrast between Quirrell's apparent incompetence and the important subject matter he was meant to teach was jarring. "PP, please open your T textbooks to page 17, Quirrell instructed. "We will begin with basic defensive theory." As the class rustled through their books, Harry caught Quirrell looking at him with an expression that seemed oddly calculating beneath the nervous facade. The moment their eyes met, the professor quickly looked away, resuming his stuttering lecture. "Did you see that?" Harry whispered to Theo, who sat beside him. "See what?" "The way Quirrell looked at me just now. It was different." Theo glanced at the professor, who was now demonstrating a simple wand movement with exaggerated trembling. "Maybe he's just curious about you. Everyone is." Harry wasn't convinced, but he let it drop. Perhaps he was being paranoid after everything that had happened. After classes ended for the day, Harry decided to visit the library. He wanted to look up information about soul magic and Horcruxes, hoping to better understand what had been inside his scar for all those years. He told Draco and the others he needed to research something for herbology, not wanting to explain his real purpose. The library was vast, with tens of thousands of books on thousands of shelves and hundreds of narrow rows. Madame Pants, the librarian, was a severe-looking witch who regarded all students with suspicion, as though they might damage her precious books. Harry started in the general magical theory section, but found nothing about Horcruxes or soul fragments. He moved to darker topics, magical maladies, curses, and their aftereffects, but again found no specific mentions. "Can I help you find something?" came a soft voice. Harry turned to see Hermione standing behind him, arms full of books. "Hermione. I was just, looking up some information about curse scars." Her eyes widened with understanding. "Because of what happened during your sorting?" Harry nodded, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. "The Gringotts healers found something in my scar. Something bad. I'm trying to understand more about it." "What exactly was it?" she asked, her academic curiosity clearly piqued. Harry hesitated. How much should he reveal? But this was Hermione, probably the least judgmental person he'd met so far. "It was a soul fragment," he said quietly. "Part of Voldemort, from when he tried to kill me. The healers called it a Horcrux." Hermione gasped, nearly dropping her books. "A soul fragment? In your scar. Oh, Harry, that's horrible. It's gone now, he assured her quickly. They removed it. But I want to know more about what it was, how it might have affected me. I've never heard of Horcruxes, Hermione admitted, looking troubled. But if it's about soul magic, you probably won't find it in the general collection. That sort of thing would be in the restricted section. Great, Harry sighed. And I'm guessing first years can't access that without a professor's note? Exactly, she confirmed. But I could help you research around the topic. There might be related information that's not restricted. You do that? Of course. We're friends, aren't we? Even if you are in Slytherin now. She smiled to show she was teasing. Harry felt a rush of warmth. Thanks, Hermione. That would be brilliant. They found a table and began going through the books Hermione had already collected, plus several more Harry retrieved from nearby shelves. Although they found nothing specific about Horcruxes, they did discover some information about magical bonds created through life-threatening events, and references to ancient Egyptian soul magic that the goblins had adapted over centuries. It's fascinating, really, Hermione whispered as they bent over a dusty tome. Horrible, of course, that you had a piece of you-know-who in you all these years, but the magical theory behind it. Granger. Potter. They looked up to see Draco standing over their table, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His pale eyes flickered from Harry to Hermione with obvious disapproval. Researching herbology, are you? He asked Harry pointedly. We got sidetracked, Harry replied, not backing down. Hermione's helping me understand more about what happened with my scar. Draco's eyebrows rose. And you think a Muggle-born who's been in the magical world for all of 5 minutes is your best resource? Hermione flushed but held her ground. Actually, Malfoy, I've read extensively about magical theory. And unlike some people, I don't think knowledge belongs exclusively to purebloods. No one asked for your opinion, Granger, Draco sneered. That's enough, Draco, Harry said firmly. Hermione's my friend, and she's helping me. You're welcome to join us if you want, but not if you're going to be rude. A tense silence followed. Harry could almost see Draco weighing his options, assert his pureblood superiority, or adapt to the unexpected situation of Harry Potter, Slytherin's surprising new addition, befriending a Muggle-born Gryffindor. Slytherin ambition apparently won out over prejudice. Fine, Draco said curtly, dismissing Crabbe and Goyle with a nod. He took a seat at their table. What exactly are you researching? Soul magic, Harry said. The thing in my scar was called a Horcrux. It's some kind of container for a piece of soul, split through murder. Draco went very still. A Horcrux? You're certain that's what the healers called it? Harry nodded. You've heard of them? Not exactly, Draco said slowly. But my father has books, old books, on the darkest magic. I've heard him mention the term once, speaking with guests. He didn't know I was listening. He lowered his voice. Potter, this is seriously dark stuff. If the Dark Lord created a Horcrux. He created at least one, Harry confirmed grimly. And the fragment in my scar hinted there might be more. Even Draco seemed disturbed by this information. That would mean he's not really dead. That's my guess, Harry agreed. This is bigger than house rivalries, Hermione said, looking between them. If you know who could come back. Then we all have a problem, Draco finished, surprising both of them. What? You think I want the Dark Lord returning? My family has done quite well in his absence, thank you very much. Harry hadn't considered this perspective. Of course, not all Slytherins would want Voldemort to return, especially those whose families had claimed to be under the Imperious Curse during his reign of terror, as Harry had heard Lucius Malfoy had done. So you'll help us research? Harry asked. Draco hesitated, then nodded curtly. I'll write to my mother. She might be able to send some information, discreetly, of course. That would be, thanks, Harry said, genuinely surprised by Draco's cooperation. Don't mention it, Draco replied. Seriously, don't. The last thing we need is people knowing the Dark Lord might not be as dead as everyone thinks. They continued researching until Madame Pants shooed them out for dinner. As they walked to the Great Hall, Harry found himself in the unexpected position of mediating between Draco and Hermione, who argued about magical theory but with gradually decreasing hostility. Maybe, just maybe, there was something to this Slytherin placement after all. If he could bridge the gap between someone like Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger, even temporarily, over a common concern, wasn't that a form of ambition worth pursuing? The next few days fell into a routine. Harry attended classes, gradually improving his magical skills, while navigating the complex social dynamics of Slytherin House. To his surprise, many of his housemates seemed to be reserving judgment about him rather than automatically rejecting his friendship with Ron and Hermione. It's not that we approve, Blaise explained when Harry asked about it. It's that we're pragmatic. The boy who lived has social capital, even in Slytherin. If you can maintain useful connections in other houses without compromising Slytherin interests, why would we object? Because of blood purity? Harry suggested dryly. Blaise waved a dismissive hand. Blood matters, but power and influence matter more. Look at the Dark Lord himself, half-blood, wasn't he? Didn't stop him from gathering the most ancient families to his cause. This casual confirmation of Voldemort's half-blood status surprised Harry, who had assumed the champion of pure-blood supremacy would be pure-blood himself. It seemed there were many contradictions in the wizarding world still to unravel. On Friday morning, Harry received his first piece of mail since arriving at Hogwarts, a note from Hagrid, inviting him to tea that afternoon. He sent back an acceptance with the school owl that had delivered the message, looking forward to catching up with the friendly gamekeeper who had introduced him to the wizarding world. That day they had their first flying lesson, which Slytherin shared with Gryffindor. Harry had been looking forward to this more than anything else, despite Draco's incessant boasting about his flying prowess. At 3:30 that afternoon, the Slytherins hurried down the front steps onto the grounds. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass rippled under their feet as they marched down the sloping lawns toward a smooth, flat lawn opposite the Forbidden Forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. The Gryffindors arrived shortly after, and Harry exchanged friendly nods with Ron and Hermione. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, appeared with a shock of short, gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry glanced down at his broom. It was old and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," called Madame Hooch at the front, "and say, 'Up.'" "Up," everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once, but it was one of the few that did. Hermione's had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Perhaps brooms, like horses, could tell when you were afraid, Harry thought. There was a quaver in Neville's voice that suggested he wanted to keep his feet firmly on the ground. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Harry and Ron were delighted when she told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," said Madame Hooch. "Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous and jumpy, pushed off before the whistle had touched Madame Hooch's lips. He rose straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom and, wham, a thud and a nasty crack, and Neville lay face down on the grass in a heap. His broomstick was still rising and began to drift lazily toward the Forbidden Forest. Madame Hooch was bending over Neville, her face as white as his. "Broken wrist," Harry heard her mutter. "Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get." She turned to the rest of the class. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madame Hooch, who had her arm around him. No sooner were they out of earshot than Draco burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? Some of the Slytherins joined in, though Harry noticed not all of them. Daphne looked distinctly uncomfortable, and Blaise merely seemed bored. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil, a Gryffindor girl. Boo, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look. Draco darted forward and snatched something from the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. The remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. Harry stepped forward. Give that here, Draco. Everyone stopped talking to watch. Draco smiled nastily. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, how about up a tree? Give it here. Harry repeated, but Draco had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. He hadn't been lying, he could fly well. Hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak, he called, Come and get it, Potter. Harry grabbed his broom, his mind racing. He was breaking rules before his first week was even over, but he couldn't let Draco get away with bullying Neville. No, shouted Hermione. Madame Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all into trouble. Harry ignored her. Blood was pounding in his ears. He mounted the broom and kicked hard against the ground, and up he soared. Air rushed through his hair, and his robes whipped out behind him, and in a rush of fierce joy, he realized he'd found something he could do without being taught. This was easy, this was wonderful. He pulled his broomstick up a little to take it even higher and heard screams and gasps from girls and an admiring whoop from Ron below. He turned his broomstick sharply to face Draco in midair. Draco looked stunned. Give it here, Harry called, or I'll knock you off that broom. Oh, yeah, said Draco, trying to sneer, but looking worried. Harry leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly with both hands, and it shot toward Draco like a javelin. Draco only just got out of the way in time. Harry made a sharp about-face and held the broom steady. A few Slytherins below were applauding, to his surprise. No Crabbe and Goyle up here to save your neck, Malfoy, Harry called. The same thought seemed to have occurred to Draco. Catch it if you can, then, he shouted, and threw the glass ball high into the air before streaking back toward the ground. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, the ball rise up in the air and then start to fall. He leaned forward and pointed his broom handle down. Next second he was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball. Wind whistled in his ears, mingled with the screams of people watching. He stretched out his hand, a foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, and he toppled gently onto the grass with the remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter. His heart sank faster than he'd just dived. Professor McGonagall was running toward them, her face white with shock. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, she was almost speechless with shock, and her glasses flashed furiously. How dare you, might have broken your neck, it wasn't his fault, Professor, several voices began at once, surprisingly including some Slytherins. Be quiet, all of you. Potter, follow me, now. Harry caught sight of Draco's triumphant face as he left, walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode toward the castle. He was going to be expelled, he just knew it. He wanted to say something to defend himself, but there seemed to be something wrong with his voice. Professor McGonagall was sweeping along without even looking at him. He had to jog to keep up. To his surprise, instead of taking him to her office, or worse, to Snape, McGonagall led him to a classroom. She opened the door and poked her head inside. Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, could I borrow wood for a moment? Wood? Was that some kind of cane she was going to use on him? But Wood turned out to be a person, a burly fifth-year boy who came out of Flitwick's class looking confused. Follow me, you two, said Professor McGonagall, and they marched up the corridor, Wood looking curiously at Harry. In here. Professor McGonagall pointed them into an empty classroom. She closed the door and turned to face them. Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Wood, I've found you a seeker. Wood's expression changed from puzzlement to delight. Are you serious, Professor? Absolutely, said Professor McGonagall crisply. The boy's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broomstick, Potter? Harry nodded silently. He didn't have a clue what was going on, but he didn't seem to be being expelled. He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive, Professor McGonagall told Wood. Didn't even scratch himself. Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it. Wood was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. Ever seen a game of Quidditch, Potter? He asked excitedly. Wood's captain of the Gryffindor team, Professor McGonagall explained. Harry's confusion must have shown on his face, because Professor McGonagall suddenly frowned. Ah, but you're in Slytherin, aren't you, Potter? I forgot for a moment. Well, this is awkward. Wood looked from McGonagall to Harry, his expression falling. Potter's in Slytherin. But Professor, you just said, yes, I know what I said, McGonagall cut him off, looking genuinely disappointed. But I can hardly poach a student from another house for our team, can I? Even one with such natural talent. She sighed. I suppose I should inform Professor Snape instead. Though it pains me to give Slytherin an advantage. Harry found his voice at last. You mean? I'm not in trouble. In trouble? No, Potter, though I don't condone breaking Madame Hooch's rules. But talent like yours shouldn't go to waste. She fixed him with a stern look. Your father was an excellent Quidditch player himself. It seems you've inherited his skill. With that, she led them back into the corridor. Wood, return to your class. Potter, come with me. We need to speak with Professor Snape. Harry followed her down to the dungeons, his mind whirling. His father had played Quidditch. And now, instead of being punished, he was being recommended for the Slytherin team. It seemed too good to be true. They found Snape in his office, grading papers with a particularly vicious red quill. He looked up as they entered, his dark eyes immediately focusing on Harry. Minerva, he said coolly. To what do I owe this pleasure? Severus, McGonagall replied, matching his tone. I've just witnessed Mr. Potter displaying extraordinary flying ability. First time on a broom, 50-foot dive, caught a small object in midair without so much as a scratch. As much as it pains me to say it, Slytherin may have found their new seeker. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. His gaze shifted to Harry, who fought the urge to squirm under the scrutiny. Indeed? Snape said silkily. And what prompted this display, Potter? Surely Madame Hooch did not authorize first-years to attempt such dangerous maneuvers. Harry swallowed. Truth or evasion? But he remembered Snape's warning about not getting caught, not about not breaking rules. Neville Longbottom had an accident, sir. When Madame Hooch took him to the hospital wing, his remembrall was taken. I was getting it back. I see, Snape said, his expression unreadable. And you felt this justified disobeying a direct instruction from a teacher? No, sir, Harry admitted. But it seemed like the right thing to do. Snape was silent for a long moment, then turned to McGonagall. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Minerva. I will handle the matter from here. McGonagall looked like she wanted to say more, but merely nodded curtly and departed, casting one last look at Harry that seemed almost regretful. When the door closed, Snape leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled before him. So, Potter. It seems you've inherited your father's disregard for rules as well as his flying ability. Harry remained silent, unsure if a response was expected. The situation presents an interesting dilemma, Snape continued. On one hand, you deliberately disobeyed a teacher and risked serious injury. On the other hand, you've demonstrated a skill that could be valuable to Slytherin House. I'm sorry for breaking the rules, sir, Harry said, deciding honesty was his best approach. I wasn't thinking about getting on the team. I just didn't want Draco to get away with bullying Neville. Noble sentiments, Snape said, with just a hint of mockery. Very Gryffindor of you. And yet, the hat placed you in Slytherin. After the Horcrux was removed, Harry pointed out. Maybe that changed something in me. Snape's eyes sharpened. Or perhaps it revealed what was always there, merely obscured by the Dark Lord's influence. He drummed his fingers on the desk, then came to a decision. Marcus Flint is the Slytherin Quidditch captain. I will inform him of your potential. He will assess your abilities and determine if you are worthy of a place on the team. Harry couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. But first years never make the house teams, he said, remembering what Ron had told him. An exception can be made for exceptional talent, Snape replied. And as your head of house, I have the authority to approve it, should Flint recommend you. Thank you, sir, Harry said, genuinely grateful. Don't thank me yet, Potter. Flint is not easily impressed, and the Slytherin team values cunning and strategy as much as raw ability. Snape's eyes narrowed. And there will be consequences for your rule breaking today. Detention with me tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. Harry nodded, accepting the punishment. It was still a far better outcome than he'd expected. You may go, Snape dismissed him. And Potter? Next time, consider whether there might be a more Slytherin approach to achieving your goals than charging in headfirst. As Harry left the office, he couldn't help but feel that he'd just received his first real lesson in being a Slytherin, and from Snape, of all people. You're joking. Draco's face was a picture of disbelief as Harry recounted what had happened after McGonagall had dragged him away. They were sitting in the Slytherin common room, surrounded by curious housemates who had heard rumors of Harry's flying exploits. Not joking, Harry confirmed. Snape's going to have Flint test me for the position of Seeker. But first years never, Theo began. Make the house teams, I know, Harry finished. Apparently exceptions can be made. That's actually impressive, Potter, Blaise admitted. Flint's standards are notoriously high. Don't get your hopes up, advised an older girl Harry didn't recognize. Higgs, our current Seeker, is pretty decent. Flint won't replace him unless you're significantly better. Marcus Flint himself appeared a moment later, summoned by one of the prefects. The burly, troll-like sixth year looked Harry up and down skeptically. So you're the flying prodigy Snape mentioned, he said. Don't look like much, do you? Harry stood his ground. I'd be happy to show you what I can do. Flint grunted. Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, Quidditch pitch. Don't be late. As Flint stalked away, Draco turned to Harry with a mixture of envy and excitement. You'll need a decent broom if you make the team. A Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7, at least. I don't have that kind of money, Harry admitted. The school might provide one, suggested Gemma Farley. Or Professor Snape could arrange something. He's very invested in Slytherin winning the Quidditch Cup. The conversation turned to Quidditch strategies and famous professional games, with the purebloods trying to outdo each other with their knowledge. Harry listened attentively, trying to absorb as much as possible before his tryout. Later that afternoon, he kept his appointment with Hagrid, bringing Ron along at the gamekeeper's invitation. The small hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest was cozy and cluttered, with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on the open fire, and a massive bed with a patchwork quilt in the corner. Make yourselves at home, said Hagrid, pouring boiling water into a large teapot and putting rock cakes onto a plate. The rock cakes were shapeless lumps with raisins that almost broke their teeth, but Harry and Ron pretended to enjoy them as they told Hagrid about their first week of classes. Slytherin, eh? Hagrid said, eyeing Harry's green and silver tie. Can't say I expected that. But the Sorting Hat knows what it's doin', I suppose. It didn't sort me until after the Gringotts healers removed the thing in my scar, Harry explained. Apparently that was affecting who I really am. Hagrid nodded seriously. Nasty business, that. Dumbledore told me a bit about it. Dark magic, he said. But you're free of it now, and that's what matters. Hagrid, Harry said carefully, do you know anything about Horcruxes? Hagrid dropped his teacup, which shattered on the floor. Where'd ye hear that word? He demanded, suddenly pale beneath his wild beard. That's what the goblins called the thing in my scar, Harry said. A Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul. Don, say his name. Hagrid hissed, looking around as though expecting Voldemort to materialize in his hut. And Don, go spreadin' that word around, Harry. That's forbidden magic, that is. Evil stuff. But I need to understand what was inside me all those years, Harry pressed. And the fragment said there were others. If Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes, enough. Hagrid roared, making them both jump. That's not something fair children to be messin' with. If Dumbledore knows what they found in your scar, he'll handle it. Your job is to be a student, learn magic, make friends. Leave the dark stuff to the grown-ups. Harry wanted to argue but saw the genuine fear and concern in Hagrid's face. He nodded reluctantly, changing the subject to his possible position on the Slytherin Quidditch team, which successfully distracted the gamekeeper. As they walked back to the castle later, Ron looked troubled. Horcruxes must be serious dark magic if they scared Hagrid that much. And if you know who really made more of them, then he might not be as dead as everyone thinks, Harry finished grimly. That's what I've been trying to research, but there's nothing in the regular library books. Maybe we should tell someone, Ron suggested. Dumbledore, or, Dumbledore already knows, Harry pointed out. He was there when the goblins extracted it. And he hasn't exactly been forthcoming with information, has he? Ron couldn't argue with that. What about Snape? He's your head of house now, and everyone knows he knows a lot about the dark arts. Snape? Harry considered this. Maybe. But I'm not sure how much I trust him yet. Fair point. Who can you trust in Slytherin, anyway? Ron asked, then immediately looked apologetic. No offense. Some taken, Harry said dryly. They're not all bad, you know. Different from what I expected, but not evil. Well, except maybe Crabbe and Goyle, he added with a grin. Ron smiled reluctantly. It's weird, you being in Slytherin. But I guess if the hat put you there after they fixed your scar. It's where I belong, Harry confirmed, still sounding a bit surprised himself. Though I have to admit, I'm still figuring out exactly what that means. That evening at dinner, Harry noticed Professor Quirrell watching him again with that same calculating look behind his nervous facade. The sensation of wrongness he'd felt in defense against the dark arts class returned, stronger now. There was something off about the stuttering professor, something that seemed to resonate with a fading memory of the Horcrux's last words during its extraction. He mentioned this to Draco and Theo as they returned to the common room after dinner. To his surprise, they took his concerns seriously. Quirrell did change after his sabbatical year, Theo noted. My father knew him before, said he was still nervous, but not this pathetic trembling wreck with the stutter. And that turban is new, Draco added. He never wore anything like that before. You think something happened to him during his travels? Harry asked. Blaise, who had joined their conversation, shrugged. Or he's faking. The stutter comes and goes, have you noticed? Sometimes he forgets to maintain it when he gets into the material. Harry hadn't noticed this, but resolved to pay closer attention in future lessons. If Quirrell was hiding something, it might be connected to the unease he felt around the professor. The next morning dawned cold and clear, perfect conditions for Harry's Quidditch tryout. He made his way to the pitch at the crack of dawn, finding Marcus Flint already there with several other members of the Slytherin team, including a thin, wiry boy Harry assumed was Terence Higgs, the current seeker. Right, Potter, Flint said without preamble. Professor Snape says you've got talent, but I'll be the judge of that. We'll start with basic handling, see if you can stay on the broom before we test your seeker reflexes. He tossed Harry a school broom, which Harry caught easily. For the next hour, Flint put him through a series of increasingly difficult flying exercises, sharp turns, steep dives, rapid acceleration and deceleration. Harry performed each task with growing confidence, discovering that flying came more naturally to him than any magic he'd attempted so far. Not bad, Flint grudgingly admitted as Harry completed a sloth grip roll without slowing down. Now for the real test. Higgs. Terence Higgs stepped forward, holding a small golden ball, a snitch, Harry recognized from his reading about Quidditch. We're going to release the snitch, Flint explained. You and Higgs will compete to catch it. Best of 3 wins. The first round went to Higgs, who had years more experience and knew the quirks of the school brooms. But Harry won the second round with a daring dive that had the watching Slytherins gasping. The third round was neck and neck until Harry spotted a flash of gold near the ground and executed a spiraling descent that ended with the snitch clasped firmly in his hand, mere inches from the grass. Flint's expression was calculating as Harry landed, breathing hard but grinning. You've got raw talent, he admitted. More than Higgs, if I'm honest. But you lack experience and tactical awareness. Higgs looked disappointed but not surprised. He's a natural, Flint. You know it. Flint scratched his chin thoughtfully. Here's what we'll do. Higgs, you're still on the team, for now. Potter, you'll train with us as a reserve seeker. If you improve enough by our first match, we'll reconsider the starting position. It wasn't exactly what Harry had hoped for, but it was far better than he'd expected 24 hours earlier. Thank you, he said. I'll work hard. You'd better, Flint growled. Slytherins won the Quidditch Cup 7 years running, and I don't intend to lose it on my watch. Training starts Monday, 5 p.m. Don't be late. As they walked back to the castle, Higgs fell into step beside Harry. No hard feelings, the older boy said. You fly like you were born on a broom. With some training, you'll be better than I ever could be. Thanks, Harry said, surprised by the gracious reaction. I thought you'd be angry. Higgs shrugged. That's not the Slytherin way. We're pragmatists, Potter. If you're better for the team, you should play. Besides, he added with a wry smile, this is my OWL year. I could use the extra study time. It was another example of the Slytherin practicality that continued to surprise Harry. In the House of Ambition, talent was recognized and utilized, even when it meant personal sacrifice for the greater goal. That evening, Harry served his detention with Snape, spending 3 hours scrubbing cauldrons without magic. As he worked, the professor graded papers at his desk, occasionally glancing up to ensure Harry wasn't slacking. Near the end of the detention, Snape broke the silence. Flint informs me you showed considerable aptitude this morning. Harry looked up, surprised. Yes, sir. He's letting me train with the team as a reserve seeker. Indeed. Snape set down his quill. A most unusual arrangement for a first year. You will need a suitable broom. I was going to ask Professor McGonagall about borrowing a school broom for practices, Harry said. Snape's lip curled. Slytherin does not use school brooms for Quidditch, Potter. I will speak with the headmaster about making an exception to the first-year broom rule in your case. In the meantime, continue to focus on your studies. Quidditch players who fail academically are removed from the team. Yes, sir, Harry said. Thank you. Snape merely nodded and returned to his grading. But as Harry resumed scrubbing, he thought he detected a slight softening in the professor's typically harsh demeanor. Perhaps finding his place in Slytherin was changing more than just his house colors. That night, as Harry lay in his four-poster listening to the lake water lapping against the windows, he reflected on the whirlwind his life had become. In just 1 week, he'd discovered a piece of Voldemort's soul had been living in his scar for a decade, had it removed by goblin healers, been sorted into Slytherin, and secured a position training with the House Quidditch team. And somewhere out there, if the Horcrux fragment's dying words were true, more pieces of Voldemort's soul existed, anchoring the Dark Lord to life. Sooner or later, Harry suspected, he would have to face that reality head-on. But for now, he was just Harry Potter, Slytherin first year and reserve seeker, still discovering who he truly was without Voldemort's influence. And that, he decided as sleep finally claimed him, was quite enough to be going on with. Chapter 3, The Serpent's Path. 3 weeks into term, Harry Potter sat in the Slytherin common room surrounded by a mountain of books, his copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Their Properties, balanced precariously atop a stack of parchments. The lake light filtering through the windows cast everything in a greenish glow, giving the study session an underwater ambience. The Mandrake's cry is fatal to anyone who hears it, Harry muttered, scribbling notes for his herbology essay. Though young mandrakes only knock you unconscious for several hours. Potter, you're talking to yourself again, Theo not remarked without looking up from his own work. He does that when he's concentrating, Blaise added, stretching languorously in his armchair. It's oddly endearing, in a disturbing sort of way. Harry ignored them both, too absorbed in his work to banter. Since joining Slytherin, he'd discovered an academic drive he'd never known at Muggle school. Without the Dursleys punishing him for outperforming Dudley, Harry found himself genuinely enjoying his studies, particularly the practical aspects of magic. And he needed to excel. Between Quidditch training 3 evenings a week and his ongoing secret research into Horcruxes, Harry barely had time to keep up with his coursework. But Slytherins valued achievement, and he was determined not to disappoint. Draco dropped into the seat across from him, his pale face flushed with excitement. I've got it, Potter. Harry looked up. Got what? The dragon pox. Very funny. No, I've got information from Mother about, you know what. He glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. The things we've been researching. Harry immediately set his quill down. For weeks, they'd found almost nothing about Horcruxes in the Hogwarts library, even with Hermione's help. What did she say? Not here, Draco muttered. Too many ears. Meet me in the unused classroom on the 4th floor after dinner. Harry nodded, understanding Draco's caution. Talk of soul fragments and Voldemort's potential immortality wasn't the sort of thing to discuss casually in the common room. Will Granger be there? Draco asked, his tone carefully neutral. Probably. She's been helping with the research. Draco's lip curled slightly, but he didn't object. Their tentative research alliance with Hermione had evolved over the past weeks. While Draco still made the occasional blood status comment, they decreased in frequency and venom. Harry suspected that Hermione's obvious intelligence and magical aptitude were forcing Draco to reconsider some of his prejudices, though the pure-blood heir would never admit it. Fine, Draco conceded. But not Weasley. He's got all the subtlety of a rampaging hippogriff. Harry sighed but didn't argue. Ron and Draco still couldn't be in the same room without trading insults. I'll let Hermione know. As Draco left, Harry gathered his books, his mind racing with possibilities. What had Narcissa Malfoy discovered? How dangerous was this knowledge? And most importantly, what would it mean for him? The past weeks in Slytherin had been eye-opening. Harry had expected hostility or, at best, cold tolerance from his housemates. Instead, he'd found a complex social ecosystem where ambition, cunning, and mutual benefit created unexpected alliances. Not friendship, necessarily, Slytherins were too practical for unconditional loyalty, but something that served both parties' interests. Heading out. Daphne Greengrass looked up from her Ancient Runes textbook as Harry packed his bag. Just to the library, he lied smoothly, having learned that in Slytherin, information was currency. Need to check something for potions. Daphne's knowing smile suggested she didn't believe him but wouldn't press the issue. If you see Tracy there, remind her we're meeting Gemma at 7 to practice charms. Will do, Harry promised, slipping out of the common room. The corridors were relatively empty as most students were preparing for dinner. Harry made his way toward the Great Hall, planning to eat quickly before meeting Draco and Hermione, when a familiar voice called his name. Harry. Got a minute? Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, were beckoning from behind a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. Their identical mischievous grins made Harry instantly suspicious. "What's up?" he asked cautiously. "Relax, young serpent," Fred, or possibly George, said. "We're not planning to hex you. Though we could if we wanted to," the other twin added cheerfully. "But Ron would never forgive us. And we've developed a certain admiration for you," the first twin continued. "First-year Slytherin, friends with our brother, reserve seeker for the enemy team, breaking all sorts of unwritten rules, you are," his twin finished. "We respect that sort of thing." Harry relaxed slightly. He'd met the twins several times when hanging out with Ron and had found their irreverent humor refreshing. They seemed to care less about house rivalries than most, viewing them as opportunities for pranks rather than genuine animosity. "Thanks, I think. Did you need something specific, or just wanted to compliment my rule-breaking?" The twins exchanged glances. "We've noticed you sneaking around the castle," one of them said. "Researching things in odd sections of the library," added the other. "Meeting with Malfoy and Hermione in empty classrooms. Very suspicious behavior. Almost like you're up to something." Harry tensed again. "I'm not doing anything wrong," he said carefully. "Oh, we're sure it's thoroughly wrong," said Fred with a grin. "And potentially interesting. We want in." "In?" Harry repeated, confused. "Whatever you're planning," George clarified. "Secret societies, forbidden research, treasure hunts, we're experts in all of the above. And we have something that might help," Fred added, producing a worn piece of parchment from his pocket with a flourish. Harry regarded it skeptically. "An old bit of parchment is going to help me?" The twins adopted identical expressions of mock outrage. "Just an old bit of parchment," he says. "I'm wounded, Fred." "As am I, George. Perhaps he's not worthy after all." "I didn't mean to offend," Harry said quickly, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Fred looked around to ensure they were alone, then tapped the parchment with his wand and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Before Harry's astonished eyes, ink lines spread across the parchment like a spider's web, connecting and crisscrossing until they formed what was unmistakably a map. At the top, in grand, curling letters, were the words, "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map." "Is that?" Harry gasped, leaning closer. "Hogwarts," George confirmed proudly. "Every corridor, classroom, secret passage. And these dots moving around?" Harry asked, pointing to the tiny labeled marks traversing the map. "Everyone in the castle," Fred explained. "Where they are, what they're doing, every minute of every day." Harry's mind raced with the possibilities. With this map, he could avoid Filch and teachers when researching after hours, find private places for meetings, maybe even discover who was entering the forbidden third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had mentioned at the start of term. "This is incredible," he breathed. "Where did you get it?" "Nicked it from Filch's office in first year," George said with a reminiscent smile. He never knew what he had. "But why show it to me?" Harry asked, suspicious again. "Why not keep it for yourselves?" The twins exchanged another meaningful look. "We've memorized it," Fred said. "And something tells us you might need it more than we do right now." "Consider it an investment," George added. "In whatever scheme you're cooking up. Just remember who helped you when it pays off." Harry hesitated, his Slytherin caution warring with his need for such a useful tool. "What's the catch?" "Smart lad," Fred approved. "The catch is simple," you'll owe us a favor. Nothing illegal or dangerous, just a bit of help with a future prank, perhaps, or access to the Slytherin common room for a special delivery. And, George added more seriously, you keep an eye out for Ron. Being friends with a Slytherin isn't making his life easier in Gryffindor. Some of the older students give him grief about it. Harry hadn't realized that Ron was facing difficulties because of their friendship. It made sense, house rivalries ran deep, and a first-year Gryffindor openly associating with Slytherins would raise eyebrows. Deal, he decided, extending his hand. I'll look out for Ron, and I'll owe you one reasonable favor. The twins shook his hand solemnly, then brightened. Excellent. When you're done with the map, just tap it and say, "Mischief managed," and it'll go blank again. Fred demonstrated, and the ink faded completely, leaving what appeared to be an ordinary piece of parchment. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands. I won't, Harry promised, carefully tucking the map into his robes. Thanks. Don't mention it, George winked. We pranksters need to stick together, regardless of house colors. As Harry entered the Great Hall for dinner, his mind was already spinning with ways to use the map. He could check on Quirrell's movements, scout the third-floor corridor, ensure private meetings remained uninterrupted. The Slytherin table was half full, students trickling in for the evening meal. Harry took his usual seat between Theo and Blaise, across from Daphne and Tracy Davis. Library productive? Daphne asked, her tone suggesting she still didn't believe that was his destination. Very, Harry replied, helping himself to shepherd's pie. Oh, Tracy, Daphne says to remind you about meeting Gemma at 7 for charms practice. Tracy groaned. I'd almost managed to forget. Gemma's brilliant, but she's worse than Flint when it comes to drilling spells. Speaking of Flint, Blaise nodded toward the entrance, where the Slytherin Quidditch captain had just entered, scowling as usual. Looks like he's on the warpath again. Flint made a beeline for their section of the table, stopping directly behind Harry. Potter. We need to talk. Harry turned, trying to read Flint's expression. What about? Higgs broke his wrist in herbology this afternoon. Sprout says he'll be in the hospital wing at least a week. Flint's scowl deepened. Which means you're starting against Gryffindor next Saturday. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Starting? But I've only been training a few weeks. And you're better than half the team already, Flint said bluntly. Your flying's still raw, but your reflexes are phenomenal. Besides, he added with a cunning gleam in his eye, Wood's been watching Higgs during practices, planning Gryffindor's strategy around his flying style. You'll be an unknown factor. Word spread quickly down the Slytherin table. Draco looked both envious and impressed, while older students assessed Harry with new interest. Better step up your training schedule, advised Adrian Pusey, one of the Slytherin chasers. We'll run extra drills tomorrow morning. And you'll need your own broom, Flint added. Those school brooms aren't good enough for a real match. I've been meaning to ask about that, Harry said. Professor Snape mentioned something about making an exception to the first-year rule, but I haven't heard anything since. Already handled, Flint said with grim satisfaction. Snape got Dumbledore's approval yesterday. Your broom should arrive by Owl Post any day now. As Flint moved on, Harry sat in stunned silence. He was going to play Seeker for Slytherin against Gryffindor, against Oliver Wood's team. His first real Quidditch match, barely 2 months into his first year. This calls for celebration, Blaise declared, pouring Harry another goblet of pumpkin juice. First-year Seeker. That hasn't happened in a century, Theo supplied. I checked the records after you made reserve. Last first year to play was Josephina Flint in 1891, Marcus's great-grandmother. And if I crash and burn, I'll be the laughingstock of Slytherin for the next 7 years, Harry said dryly, though his heart was racing with excitement. You won't crash and burn, Daphne said matter-of-factly. You're too naturally talented. Just don't let the pressure get to you. Harry appreciated her confidence, though his stomach knotted at the thought of playing before the entire school. What if he made a fool of himself? What if he cost Slytherin the match? His thoughts must have shown on his face, because Tracy leaned forward. "Remember what Professor Snape says about pressure, Harry." "What's that?" he asked. "Pressure is just expectation without preparation. So prepare thoroughly, and the expectation becomes irrelevant." It was surprisingly good advice, and Harry resolved to follow it. He would train harder, learn everything he could about seeking, and ensure he was as prepared as possible for the match. Dinner concluded, and students began dispersing for evening activities. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the hall and gave a subtle nod toward the entrance, their prearranged signal for meeting. She nodded back, finishing her conversation with Neville Longbottom before gathering her books. Harry and Draco left separately, taking different routes to the fourth-floor classroom to avoid drawing attention. Thanks to the Marauder's map, which Harry checked discreetly in an alcove, he was able to avoid Filch and take a shortcut behind a tapestry depicting medieval wizards brewing potions. The classroom was dusty and clearly unused, with desks stacked against one wall and faded star charts still pinned to a corkboard. Draco arrived moments after Harry, carefully closing the door behind him. "No one followed you?" he asked, ever paranoid. "No one," Harry confirmed, deciding not to mention his new magical map just yet. Some advantages were best kept to himself, a lesson he'd learned quickly in Slytherin. Hermione arrived 5 minutes later, her bushy hair even more frizzed than usual, suggesting she'd hurried from the Great Hall. "Sorry I'm late," she panted. "Professor Flitwick wanted to discuss my last essay." She looked between them eagerly. "So, what did you discover, Malfoy?" Draco reached into his robes and withdrew a folded piece of parchment, handling it as though it might bite. "Mother couldn't write directly about the objects. Too dangerous if the letter was intercepted. But she sent this, notes she transcribed from a book in our family library, one that isn't available to the public." He unfolded the parchment on a desk, and they gathered around it. The elegant handwriting outlined basic information about Horcruxes, most of which they'd already deduced from the goblin's explanation, but then continued with details they hadn't known. "The creation of multiple Horcruxes has been theorized but never confirmed," Hermione read aloud, her finger tracing the words. "The magical instability would be extreme, perhaps catastrophic to the caster's remaining soul fragment. But the piece in my scar said there were others," Harry pointed out. "So Voldemort must have succeeded where others failed. Or the fragment was lying," Draco suggested. "Trying to make you think the Dark Lord was more powerful than he was." "I don't think so," Harry said slowly. "It had no reason to lie at that point. It was being forcibly extracted, already dying. And remember what Dumbledore said when the goblins told him about the Horcrux. I had feared as much. He wasn't surprised. Which suggests he already suspected Voldemort had created at least one Horcrux," Hermione concluded. "Keep reading, there's more." The notes continued, "The receptacle for a Horcrux must be prepared through specific dark rituals. Living vessels are theoretically possible but extraordinarily risky, as the host's soul would fight the intrusion, potentially destroying both souls in the process." "But I survived," Harry murmured. "For 10 years. You weren't prepared as a vessel," Hermione said, her brow furrowed in concentration. "The fragment must have attached to you accidentally when the killing curse rebounded. That's not how a proper Horcrux would be created." "Which means my scar contained an accidental Horcrux," Harry realized. "Voldemort never intended to put a piece of his soul in me." "That actually makes more sense," Draco said. "Why would the Dark Lord intentionally create a Horcrux in the person prophesied to defeat him? It would be giving you a direct connection to his soul." Harry frowned. "Prophesied to defeat him? What prophecy?" Draco looked startled, then wary. "You don't know? I assumed Dumbledore would have told you." "Told me what?" Harry demanded. Draco hesitated. "It's not common knowledge, but my father told me there was a prophecy about you and the Dark Lord. That's why he came to kill you that night. You were marked as the one with the power to defeat him." Harry touched his scar instinctively. "So that's why he targeted my family? Because of some prophecy?" "That's the rumor among the old Death Eater families," Draco confirmed. "Father doesn't know the exact wording, just that it existed and the Dark Lord believed it." Harry felt a cold anger building inside him. Another crucial piece of information Dumbledore had withheld. First the Horcrux, now a prophecy that had led directly to his parents' deaths. "We're getting off track," Hermione interjected, sensing Harry's darkening mood. "Let's focus on the Horcruxes for now. According to these notes, they can be destroyed by basilisk venom, fiend fire, or goblin-forged weapons that have imbibed substances that strengthen them. None of which we have access to," Harry pointed out. "But at least we know they can be destroyed." "There's something else," Draco said, turning the parchment over to reveal more writing on the back. Mother included this separately. "It's about objects that might have been significant enough for the Dark Lord to use as Horcruxes." The list was short but illuminating: items associated with the Hogwarts founders, ancient magical artifacts with historical significance, objects from the Dark Lord's personal history that held symbolic value. "The vessel chosen reflects the creator's self-image," Hermione read. "Ordinary objects are rarely selected, as immortality seekers believe their soul deserves an appropriately distinguished container." "So we're looking for historically significant magical objects," Harry summarized. "Potentially connected to Hogwarts founders or Voldemort's personal history." "Which narrows it down to only a few thousand possibilities," Draco said sarcastically. "Better than millions," Hermione countered. "And there might be a pattern we can discern if we learn more about Voldemort's background." "Good luck with that," Draco snorted. "No one knows where he came from before he emerged as a powerful dark wizard. He appeared out of nowhere in the late 60s, gathered followers, and began his rise to power." "That can't be right," Harry said. "The Sorting Hat mentioned someone named Tom Riddle when it detected the Horcrux. It said the magic felt like him." "Tom Riddle?" Hermione repeated. "I've never heard that name associated with you-know-who." "Neither have I," Draco admitted, looking troubled. "Are you sure that's what the hat said?" "Positive," Harry confirmed. "And Dumbledore recognized the name immediately. He told me later that Tom Riddle was Voldemort's birth name." Hermione's eyes widened. "That changes everything. If we know his real name, we can research his background, find out what objects might have been significant to him. And potentially locate any other Horcruxes before he finds a way to return," Harry concluded. Draco looked uncomfortable. "This is getting dangerously close to actively opposing the Dark Lord," he said quietly. "If he does return, and he discovers I helped. He tried to kill me as a baby, Draco," Harry said bluntly. "He murdered my parents. He left a piece of his soul in my head for 10 years. I'm not exactly eager to see him come back to power." "I understand that for you," Draco said. "But my family's position is complicated." Harry studied his housemate thoughtfully. Over the past weeks, he'd come to understand Slytherin politics better. Draco wasn't refusing to help out of malice or dark allegiance, but out of self-preservation, a core Slytherin trait. His family had walked a precarious line after Voldemort's fall, claiming imperious influence while maintaining connections to former Death Eaters. "You don't have to be actively involved," Harry offered. "Just keep sharing any information you think might help. If anyone asks, you're just satisfying your academic curiosity about unusual magic." Draco considered this, then nodded reluctantly. "I can do that. But be careful who you trust with this, Potter. Not everyone would be happy to learn the Dark Lord might return." "Speaking of trust," Hermione interjected, "have you considered telling Professor Snape? He's your head of house, and he knows more about the dark arts than most teachers." Harry had been pondering this question for weeks. Snape was an enigma, sometimes seemingly hostile, other times surprisingly supportive. Since Harry had joined the Quidditch team, the professor's attitude had shifted subtly, becoming less antagonistic but no less demanding. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "There's something about Snape. I can't quite figure him out. And he was friends with my mother but hated my father, according to what I've heard." "All the more reason to trust him," Draco argued. "He's my godfather, you know. He wouldn't let anything happen to Slytherin students under his care." This was news to Harry. "Your godfather? You never mentioned that." Draco shrugged. "Didn't seem relevant until now. But yes, he and my father have been friends since their Hogwarts days. And whatever his personal feelings about your father, he takes his responsibilities as head of house seriously." Harry filed this information away for further consideration. "I'll think about it. For now, let's focus on researching Tom Riddle. Hermione, can you check old school records? If he was a student here, there might be information in the library archives." "I can try," she agreed. "But those records aren't usually available to students." "Leave that to me," Harry said, thinking of the Marauders map. "I might have a way to access restricted areas." They agreed on next steps and prepared to leave, planning to meet again in 3 days. As they gathered their notes, Harry noticed Draco eyeing him speculatively. "You're different, you know," the blonde boy remarked. "Since the Horcrux was removed. More decisive. More Slytherin. Is that a compliment or a criticism?" Harry asked. "An observation," Draco replied. "And possibly a compliment. You're still frustratingly noble about certain things, but you're learning to be strategic about it. It's an improvement." Coming from Draco, this was high praise indeed. Harry smiled slightly as they left the classroom, taking different routes back to their respective common rooms to avoid suspicion. The following morning, Harry woke early for extra Quidditch practice, his excitement about starting as Seeker mingling with apprehension about the responsibility. As he dressed quietly, trying not to wake his dorm mates, a small school owl tapped at the underwater window beside his bed. Curious, Harry opened the window using the special mechanism designed for the dungeon dormitories. The owl hopped in, shook water droplets from its feathers, and extended a leg bearing a small scroll. The note was brief and written in a spidery hand Harry didn't recognize. "Mr. Potter, please come to my office at your earliest convenience this morning. I have received an item that requires your immediate attention. A. Dumbledore P.S. I enjoy acid pops." Harry stared at the note, puzzled by the postscript until he realized it must be the password to Dumbledore's office. But what item could require his immediate attention? Had the headmaster discovered their Horcrux research? Or was this about something else entirely? He decided to visit Dumbledore before Quidditch practice, which meant skipping breakfast. Quickly finishing dressing, he made his way through the still quiet castle to the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. "Acid pops," he said, feeling slightly foolish. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase Harry had ascended once before for his second sorting. He knocked on the oak door at the top, which swung open of its own accord. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming so promptly." Dumbledore sat behind his desk, resplendent in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars. "Please, sit down." Harry took the offered chair, glancing around the circular office. Daylight now illuminated what had been shadowed during his evening visit weeks ago, shelves of mysterious silver instruments, hundreds of portraits of previous headmasters, most still asleep, and a magnificent red and gold bird perched beside Dumbledore's desk. "That's Fawkes, my phoenix," Dumbledore explained, following Harry's gaze. "Magnificent creatures, phoenixes. Capable of carrying immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing powers, and when the time comes, they burst into flames and are reborn from the ashes." Harry watched, fascinated, as the phoenix regarded him with intelligent black eyes. "He's beautiful," he said honestly. "Indeed he is," Dumbledore agreed with a fond smile. "But I didn't summon you to discuss magical creatures, fascinating though they are. I've received something that belongs to you, or rather, that soon will. He reached beneath his desk and produced a long, thin package wrapped in brown paper. Your father left this in my possession before he died. I think it's time it was returned to you. Harry took the package with trembling hands. What is it? Open it and see, Dumbledore suggested, eyes twinkling. Harry carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a magnificent silvery cloak that seemed to flow like water through his fingers. A cloak? He asked, confused about why his father would have left a garment with Dumbledore. Not just any cloak, the headmaster explained. An invisibility cloak. And a very special one at that. Most fade over time or become torn, but this one has remained perfect for generations. It's been in your family for centuries. Harry stared at the cloak with new appreciation, then frowned. Why did my father leave it with you? James lent it to me shortly before that Halloween night, Dumbledore said, his expression growing solemn. I had expressed interest in examining it for its unique magical properties. Had I known what was to come, I would have insisted he keep it. It might have given your parents a better chance to escape. The implication that the cloak might have saved his parents sent a cold chill through Harry. You've had it all this time. Why return it now? Dumbledore seemed to consider his words carefully. Because it's rightfully yours, and because I believe you may have need of it in the coming days. What do you mean? Harry asked sharply. Merely that Hogwarts holds many secrets, Harry, and sometimes a bit of invisibility can help one discover them. The headmaster's blue eyes twinkled mysteriously. Just remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Your father primarily used the cloak for sneaking to the kitchens to steal food, but I sense you might find more consequential uses for it. Harry ran his fingers over the silky material, mind racing with possibilities. Between the Marauder's map and now an invisibility cloak, his ability to explore the castle undetected had increased exponentially. Thank you, sir, he said sincerely. I'll take good care of it. I'm sure you will, Dumbledore replied. Now, I understand congratulations are in order. The youngest seeker in a century, I believe. Word travels fast, Harry said, carefully folding the cloak and placing it in his bag. Little happens at Hogwarts without the headmaster knowing, Dumbledore said lightly. Professor Snape seems quite confident in your abilities, despite your youth. That is high praise indeed, coming from him. Harry hesitated, then decided to seize the opportunity to ask some of the questions that had been burning inside him for weeks. Sir, why does Professor Snape seem to dislike me one moment and support me the next? Did it have something to do with my father? Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Professor Snape and your father had a complex relationship during their school days. They were rivals, frequently at odds. But your mother was another matter entirely. He knew my mother well? Harry asked eagerly. They were childhood friends, Dumbledore confirmed. Grew up in the same neighborhood, came to Hogwarts together. They were quite close until... He trailed off, seeming to reconsider his words. Until circumstances drove them apart. I believe when Professor Snape looks at you, he sees both James, who he resented, and Lily, who he cared for deeply. It creates a certain conflict for him. Harry absorbed this information, thinking of Snape's comment about preconceptions based on your father, and his occasional flashes of what almost seemed like protectiveness toward Harry. There's something else I wanted to ask you, sir, Harry said, gathering his courage. About Tom Riddle. Dumbledore went very still, his genial expression hardening almost imperceptibly. What about Tom Riddle, Harry? The Sorting Hat said the magic in my scar felt like him. You told me later that Tom Riddle was Voldemort's real name. I want to know more about him, who he was before he became Voldemort. The headmaster studied Harry for a long moment, as if deciding how much to reveal. Why this sudden interest? Harry chose his words carefully. The Horcrux in my scar said there were others. If that's true, then Voldemort isn't really gone. I think I have a right to know about the wizard who murdered my parents and might return someday. Dumbledore sighed deeply, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. You are correct, of course. You do have a right to know. I had hoped to shield you from these burdens until you were older, but circumstances have forced my hand. The Horcrux being discovered, you mean, Harry said. Yes. A most unexpected development, though in retrospect, perhaps I should have considered the possibility. Dumbledore rose from his desk and moved to a cabinet, from which he withdrew a shallow stone basin etched with runes around the edges. This is a pensieve, Harry. It allows one to view memories, both one's own and those shared by others. He placed the basin on his desk and drew his wand to his temple, extracting a silvery strand that he deposited in the basin. This is my memory of the first time I met Tom Riddle. He was 11 years old, living in a Muggle orphanage in London. I had come to deliver his Hogwarts letter. Harry leaned forward, fascinated, as Dumbledore prodded the silvery substance with his wand. A small figure rose from the basin, a handsome, dark-haired boy with pale skin and calculating eyes that seemed too old for his young face. Tom was born to a witch mother, Mara P. Gaunt, and a Muggle father, Tom Riddle Sr., Dumbledore explained as the figure rotated slowly. His mother died shortly after his birth, and his father wanted nothing to do with him. He grew up in the orphanage, unloved and isolated, but aware from an early age that he was different, special. The figure dissolved back into the swirling silver. Dumbledore extracted another memory and added it to the basin. This time, a teenage boy in Slytherin robes appeared, older but recognizably the same person, now wearing a prefect badge. Tom was sorted into Slytherin, like yourself, Dumbledore continued. Brilliant, charismatic, admired by teachers and students alike. Few saw the darkness growing within him, his obsession with his own magical heritage, his experiments with the darkest forms of magic, his gathering of followers who would later become the first Death Eaters. Harry stared at the teenage Voldemort, searching for traces of the monster he would become. He was in Slytherin, he murmured. Like me. Yes, Dumbledore said gently. But the similarities end there, Harry. Tom chose darkness. You have consistently chosen light, even when placed in Slytherin House. Our choices, far more than our abilities or our circumstances, define who we truly are. The memory dissolved, and Dumbledore returned the pensieve to its cabinet. Tom Riddle disappeared after leaving Hogwarts, traveling widely, delving deeper into dark magic. When he returned years later, he had transformed himself into Lord Voldemort, barely recognizable as the handsome student he once was. And yes, he had created Horcruxes, the first wizard in recorded history to create more than one. How many? Harry asked, his mouth dry. That, I do not know with certainty, Dumbledore admitted. Based on magical theory and certain patterns in Tom's behavior, I suspect he aimed for 7, a magically powerful number. Whether he succeeded in creating that many before his fall is unclear. And one of them was accidentally placed in me, Harry said. What about the others? Do you know what they are or where they are? I have theories, Dumbledore said cautiously. But nothing concrete enough to act upon yet. I've been researching this matter since that night in 1981, trying to piece together Tom's movements, the objects he might have valued enough to use. Sir, Harry said hesitantly, there's something else. Draco Malfoy mentioned a prophecy about me and Voldemort. Is that true? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Mr. Malfoy is surprisingly well informed, though I suspect incompletely so. Yes, there is a prophecy, made shortly before your birth. It is the reason Voldemort targeted your family that night. What does it say? Harry pressed. I do not think it wise to share the full contents yet, Dumbledore said gently. Prophecies are dangerous things, Harry. They can become self-fulfilling when known, shaping actions that might otherwise never have occurred. Suffice it to say that the prophecy marked you as having the power to vanquish Voldemort, and he chose to act upon this information by trying to kill you as an infant. Harry felt frustration rising within him. More half-truths, more withheld information. With all due respect, Headmaster, don't I have a right to know a prophecy about my own life? Especially one that got my parents killed and left me with a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head for 10 years. Dumbledore regarded him with something like surprise. You've become quite forthright since joining Slytherin, Harry. The Sorting Hat put me there for a reason, Harry replied evenly. Maybe part of that reason is so I wouldn't just accept everything at face value. A smile flickered across Dumbledore's face. A valid point. Very well. He sighed deeply. The prophecy states, in essence, that you have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and that neither can live while the other survives. Harry absorbed this, turning the words over in his mind. So one of us has to kill the other, in the end. That is one interpretation, Dumbledore agreed. But prophecies are notoriously ambiguous. The power of choice remains, always. Not much choice if he's determined to kill me, Harry pointed out. Perhaps not, Dumbledore conceded. But how you face that inevitability, that remains your choice entirely. Harry sat in silence for a moment, processing everything he'd learned. Tom Riddle, the orphaned half-blood who became Voldemort. The prophecy that marked Harry before birth. The Horcruxes that tethered the Dark Lord to life. Thank you for being honest with me, sir, he finally said. I appreciate it more than you know. Dumbledore smiled sadly. I fear I have not been as forthcoming as I should have been, Harry. I wanted to protect you, to allow you some semblance of a normal childhood despite the extraordinary circumstances of your life. But perhaps, in doing so, I have done you a disservice. We can't change the past, Harry said, surprising himself with the maturity of his own response. But moving forward, I'd like to be included in discussions about Voldemort, Horcruxes, and anything else that directly affects me. A reasonable request, Dumbledore agreed. Though I must ask for your discretion. Knowledge of Horcruxes, in particular, should not become common. There are those who might be tempted to emulate Tom's path to immortality. I understand, Harry assured him. I've only discussed it with people I trust completely. Dumbledore nodded, appearing satisfied. Now, I believe you have Quidditch practice to attend. Don't let me keep you from your duties as Slytherin's new seeker. Harry gathered his bag, careful to ensure the invisibility cloak was securely inside. As he reached the door, Dumbledore called after him. Harry. The instrument on the silver tripod that chimes occasionally, it's been behaving oddly since your sorting. I believe it's tied to the wards monitoring magical disturbances in the castle. Be cautious in your explorations. It was a cryptic warning, but Harry nodded his understanding. I will, sir. Thank you again for my father's cloak. As he descended the spiral staircase, Harry's mind was racing with everything he'd learned. The pieces were starting to fit together, forming a picture more complex and disturbing than he'd imagined. Voldemort wasn't simply a dark wizard who had killed his parents, he was Tom Riddle, a brilliant Slytherin student who had created multiple Horcruxes in his quest for immortality, and who had targeted Harry because of a prophecy. And somewhere out there, those Horcruxes waited, anchoring Voldemort to life until they could be found and destroyed. Harry had a sudden, chilling certainty that this task would eventually fall to him, regardless of Dumbledore's efforts to shield him from it. For now, though, he had Quidditch practice to attend and classes to focus on. The immediate challenges of being a Slytherin first year would have to take precedence over the looming threat of Voldemort's potential return. The next morning at breakfast, the owl post brought a long, thin package for Harry. It landed in front of his plate, narrowly missing his pumpkin juice, accompanied by a smaller envelope that landed on top. Is that what I think it is? Draco asked, eyeing the package eagerly. Harry opened the envelope first, finding a note in Professor Snape's spidery handwriting. Potter, do not open this at the table. It contains your new broomstick, which has been approved by the headmaster for your use as Slytherin Seeker despite the first-year prohibition. Flint will expect you at practice this afternoon to test it. Professor S. Snape. Harry passed the note to Draco, who whistled softly. A new broom? Must be a Nimbus 2000 or a Cleansweep 7. Snape doesn't do things by halves when it comes to Quidditch. Let's take it back to the dormitory before opening it, Harry suggested, aware that the package was drawing curious looks from all four house tables. They had barely made it into the entrance hall, however, when they found their path blocked by Crabbe and Goyle, flanking a sullen-looking Ron Weasley. "That's a broomstick," Ron said, eyeing the package. "You'll be in trouble this time, Potter." "First years aren't allowed, it's not just any broomstick, Weasley," Draco interrupted with a smirk. "It's for Potter's position as Slytherin Seeker. Special permission from Dumbledore himself." Ron's jaw dropped. "You're the Slytherin Seeker. But first years never play for their house teams." "I know," Harry finished, uncomfortable with Draco's gloating. "It's a long story, Ron. Why didn't you tell me?" Ron asked, looking hurt. "I only found out I'd be starting yesterday," Harry explained. "Higgs broke his wrist. And we haven't exactly had a chance to talk lately." This was true. Between classes, Quidditch practice, and their separate common rooms, Harry had seen less of Ron in recent weeks. Their friendship had become increasingly strained by house rivalry and Ron's discomfort with Harry's Slytherin connections. "So it's true what Fred and George said," Ron muttered. "You're playing against Gryffindor next weekend." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "But it doesn't have to change anything between us, Ron. It's just a game." "Just a game?" Ron repeated incredulously. "Quidditch isn't just a game. And you're playing for Slytherin now, against Gryffindor. Against my house." He shook his head. "You really have changed, Harry." "This is getting tedious," Draco drawled. "Come on, Potter, let's see what model Snape got you." Harry hesitated, torn between following Draco and trying to mend things with Ron. But Ron was already turning away, his expression a mixture of betrayal and resignation. "Ron, wait," Harry started. "Save it," Ron said, not looking back. "Good luck with your new broom, Slytherin." The dismissive tone stung more than Harry expected. He watched Ron walk away, a hollow feeling growing in his chest. This was the cost of his Slytherin sorting, it seemed, the gradual erosion of a friendship that had meant a great deal to him. "He'll get over it," Draco said, seeming almost sympathetic. "Weasley's always been overly emotional about Quidditch." "Maybe," Harry said, unconvinced. He followed Draco down to the dungeons, the excitement of his new broomstick now considerably dampened. In the privacy of their dormitory, they unwrapped the package to reveal a gleaming Nimbus 2000, its mahogany handle polished to a high shine and its tail of neat, straight twigs perfectly aligned. "Merlin's beard," Draco breathed, sounding genuinely impressed. "That's the best broom on the market. Someone really wants Slytherin to win." Harry ran his hand along the smooth wood, admiring the craftsmanship. "It's amazing," he agreed. "But I still have to learn how to use it properly." "Flint will drill you until you do," Draco assured him. "He's obsessed with maintaining Slytherin's Quidditch Cup streak." Harry spent his free period before lunch on the Quidditch pitch, testing the Nimbus's capabilities. It responded to his lightest touch, turning at his slightest thought, accelerating and decelerating with precision he'd never experienced on the school brooms. By the time he reluctantly returned to the castle for Transfiguration, he felt more confident about his chances in the upcoming match. After classes, he met Hermione in the library as planned. She had made remarkable progress in her research on Tom Riddle, having convinced a fifth-year prefect to help her access certain student records for a historical project. "He was brilliant," she whispered, showing Harry her notes. "Top of every class, prefect, head boy, won special awards for services to the school. Professors adored him, except apparently Dumbledore, who always seemed wary." "Services to the school," Harry repeated. "What for?" "That's where it gets interesting," Hermione said, eyes bright with the thrill of discovery. "In 1943, a student died at Hogwarts, Myrtle Warren. The school was nearly closed, but then Riddle caught the culprit, a third-year student named Rubeus Hagrid, who was allegedly keeping a dangerous creature in the castle. Hagrid? Harry gasped. Our Hagrid? He was expelled because of Riddle. Hermione nodded grimly. Hagrid's wand was snapped, but Dumbledore convinced Headmaster Dippet to keep him on as gamekeeper. The timing is suspicious, though. Just before Riddle exposed Hagrid, the attack stopped completely. You think Riddle framed him, Harry realized. That Riddle was the one attacking students. It fits, Hermione said. Riddle was a Parselmouth, according to one account I found. That's incredibly rare, and it's associated with Salazar Slytherin himself. Parselmouth? Harry asked. What's that? Someone who can talk to snakes, Hermione explained. It's hereditary, usually only found in descendants of Slytherin. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. I can talk to snakes, he admitted quietly. I set a boa constrictor on my cousin at the zoo once, before I knew I was a wizard. The glass vanished, and I could understand what the snake was saying. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry, that's significant. Especially considering you're in Slytherin now. Could you be related to Slytherin somehow? I don't think so, Harry said, remembering what Dumbledore had told him. My father came from an old wizarding family, but they were in Gryffindor for generations. My mother was Muggle-born. Then why would you have an ability associated with Slytherin's bloodline? Hermione wondered. A disturbing thought occurred to Harry. What if it came from the Horcrux? What if being connected to Voldemort's soul for 10 years left me with some of his abilities? Hermione looked troubled. It's possible, I suppose. The magic involved in Horcruxes is so dark and so little understood, there could be lingering effects even after removal. They sat in silence for a moment, considering the implications. Finally, Harry returned to their research. What else did you find about Riddle? After graduation, he worked briefly at Borgin and Burke's, a shop in Knockturn Alley that deals in dark artifacts. Then he disappeared for nearly a decade. When he resurfaced, he had already begun calling himself Lord Voldemort and gathering followers. She hesitated. There's one more thing. I found a reference to the Gaunts, Riddle's mother's family. They were direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin, but the line had become impoverished and unstable due to generations of inbreeding. So Voldemort really is Slytherin's heir, Harry murmured. That would explain the Parseltongue ability. And his obsession with blood purity, despite being half-blood himself, Hermione added. Harry shook his head at the irony. A half-blood leading pure-blood supremacists on a crusade against Muggleborns and half-bloods. I wonder if his followers knew. Some must have, Hermione reasoned. But they probably didn't care as long as he was powerful enough to advance their agenda. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Blaise Zabini, who slid into a chair across from them with his usual elegant nonchalance. Granger, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Potter, Flint's looking for you. Something about additional practice before dinner. Harry sighed, gathering his books. Thanks, Blaise. Hermione, can we continue this later? Of course, she said. I'll keep researching. And Harry, be careful about who you share the Parseltongue ability with. Given its associations, it might not be well received. Parseltongue. Blaise repeated, his eyebrows rising. You're a Parselmouth, Potter. Harry hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Found out years ago, but I didn't know what it was called or that it was rare. To his surprise, Blaise looked impressed rather than disturbed. That's a powerful gift, especially for a Slytherin. Our founder's most famous ability, passed down through his bloodline. But I'm not related to Slytherin, Harry clarified quickly. Perhaps not directly, Blaise said thoughtfully. But magic has ways of manifesting where it's needed. The old families intermarried extensively, the Potters could have distant connections to Slytherin's line. It was a more comfortable explanation than Harry's theory about inheriting the ability from Voldemort's soul fragment, so he didn't contradict it. I should go find Flint. Coming, Blaze. As they left the library, Blaze's expression turned curious. What were you and Granger researching so intently? You've been huddled in the library for weeks now. Just some historical background on certain wizards, Harry said vaguely. Hermione's helping me understand the wizarding world better. Blaze clearly didn't believe this explanation but didn't press further, another Slytherin trait Harry had come to appreciate. Information was valuable, and asking direct questions was often less effective than patient observation. The extra Quidditch practice was brutal. Flint worked Harry mercilessly, having him dive for golf balls thrown in unpredictable patterns, navigate obstacle courses at top speed, and practice feints designed to throw off opposing seekers. By the time they finished, Harry was sore and exhausted but feeling more prepared for Saturday's match. You'll do, Flint declared gruffly as they trudged back to the castle. Not perfect, but better than Higgs would have been against Wood's strategies. Just catch the snitch before Jordan has a chance to say too many insulting things about Slytherin, will you? I'll try, Harry promised, though he had no idea who Jordan was. Lee Jordan, Adrian Pusey explained as they entered the Great Hall for dinner. Gryffindor third year who commentates the matches. Completely biased against Slytherin, but McGonagall keeps him in line. Mostly. Harry nodded, too tired to fully process this information. He ate mechanically, his mind drifting between Quidditch tactics and the disturbing parallels between himself and the young Tom Riddle, both half-bloods, both orphans, both Parselmouths, both sorted into Slytherin. But there were crucial differences too, he reminded himself. Riddle had grown up unloved and isolated, developing a hatred for Muggles and an obsession with power. Harry, despite the Dursleys' neglect, had not succumbed to such darkness. And most importantly, when faced with similar circumstances, they had made fundamentally different choices. Our choices define us, Dumbledore had said. Harry was determined that his choices would continue to separate him from the path Riddle had taken, regardless of any superficial similarities between them. After dinner, he returned to the common room to find it buzzing with excitement about the upcoming match. The pressure on him as Slytherin's new seeker was immense, with older students he barely knew offering advice, encouragement, and occasionally veiled warnings about what would happen if he cost them the game. Don't let it get to you, Daphne advised, finding him in a quiet corner attempting to focus on his charms homework. They're always like this before the Gryffindor match. It's the most important one of the year for house pride. No pressure, Harry muttered. Actually, quite a lot of pressure, she corrected with a small smile. But you'll manage. You've handled worse. She was right, of course. After facing down a piece of Voldemort's soul, a Quidditch match, even one against Gryffindor, seemed somewhat less intimidating. The morning of the match dawned bright and cold. Harry woke early, his stomach churning with a mixture of excitement and nerves. He dressed quietly, not wanting to wake his dorm mates, and made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast, his Nimbus 2000 slung over his shoulder. To his surprise, Snape was already at the staff table despite the early hour. The professor's dark eyes followed Harry as he entered, giving a barely perceptible nod that might have been encouragement. Harry forced himself to eat some toast, knowing he'd need the energy, while the hall gradually filled with students. The Slytherin table was subdued but focused, many students wearing green and silver scarves despite the relatively warm weather. In contrast, the Gryffindor table was rowdy and boisterous, their red and gold banners waving enthusiastically. "Nervous, Potter?" Draco asked, sliding onto the bench beside him. "A bit," Harry admitted. "You'll be fine," Draco assured him, with unusual sincerity. "I've seen you fly. Just focus on the snitch and ignore everything else." By 11 o'clock, the entire school seemed to have assembled in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students carried binoculars, as the action often took place high above the ground. Ron and Hermione had taken seats in the Gryffindor section, Harry noticed with a pang. Despite their research partnership, Hermione's house loyalty evidently took precedence during Quidditch. In the locker room, Flint gave a brief, brutal pep talk. "We've won the cup 7 years running. I'm not losing it on my watch. Play hard, play smart, and if anyone breaks the rules, don't get caught." He turned to Harry. "Potter, stay above the main action until you spot the snitch. Their seeker, McLaggen, is bigger but slower. Use that to your advantage." They walked onto the field to a mixture of cheers and boos. Madam Hooch stood in the center, waiting for the two teams. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed she seemed to be speaking particularly to Flint, who had a reputation for aggressive play. "Mount your brooms, please." Harry clambered onto his Nimbus 2000, feeling the familiar rush of excitement as he prepared to fly. Madam Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle, and 15 brooms rose up into the air. The game began at a frantic pace. Lee Jordan's voice echoed across the stadium as he commentated, "And they're off. Slytherin takes early possession, that's Flint with the quaffle, passing to Pusey, back to Flint, he's going for goal, no, blocked by Wood. Gryffindor takes the quaffle, Johnson heading up the field, nice pass to spin net, ouch." Hit by a bludger from one of the Slytherin beaters, Harry circled high above the action, scanning for the golden glint of the snitch while keeping an eye on McLaggen, the burly Gryffindor seeker who was employing a similar strategy on the opposite side of the pitch. "Gryffindor scores!" Jordan shouted, and the red and gold section of the stands erupted in cheers while the Slytherin supporters groaned. Flint's scowl deepened as he took possession of the quaffle again, weaving through Gryffindor chasers with surprising agility for his size. Harry continued his search, occasionally executing a diving feint to keep McLaggen off balance. The Gryffindor seeker fell for it the first time, plunging after Harry before realizing there was no snitch, but quickly wised up to the tactic. The game grew increasingly dirty as Slytherin fell behind by 30 points. Bludgers were aimed with vicious precision, elbows were employed during mid-air collisions, and fouls accumulated on both sides, though primarily from Slytherin. "Another penalty to Gryffindor," Jordan announced gleefully after Flint deliberately rammed into Angelina Johnson. "Slytherin playing their usual tactics, Jordan." Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted. "Sorry, Professor." Johnson takes the penalty, scores 40-10 to Gryffindor. Harry gritted his teeth, increasing his altitude to get a better view of the pitch. He needed to find the snitch soon, before Gryffindor's lead became insurmountable. That's when he saw it, a golden flash near the Slytherin goal posts. Without hesitation, he pointed his broom downward and accelerated, the wind whistling past his ears. McLaggen spotted his dive and followed, but the Nimbus 2000's superior speed gave Harry a clear advantage. "Potter's seen the snitch," Jordan shouted. McLaggen in pursuit, but that Nimbus 2000 is leaving him in the dust. Harry stretched out his hand, the snitch mere inches from his fingertips, when his broom gave a sudden, violent lurch. He gripped the handle tightly, disoriented, as the broom bucked again like a frightened horse. "What's happening?" he muttered, trying to regain control. The Nimbus was zigzagging through the air, making sharp jerking movements that nearly unseated him. The snitch had vanished in the confusion. "Slytherin seeker seems to be having broom troubles," Jordan commented as the crowd noticed Harry's predicament. "Perhaps a problem with his fancy new Nimbus?" The broom was now vibrating so hard Harry could barely hold on. It had risen higher, carrying him away from the game, occasionally spinning violently or dropping several feet before jerking upward again. "Something's wrong with Potter's broom," Adrian Pusey shouted to Flint as they passed in midair. "It's like it's been tampered with." Flint signaled for a timeout, but Madam Hooch was focused on a penalty shot and didn't notice. Meanwhile, Harry's broom continued its erratic behavior, now rolling continuously, forcing him to cling on with both hands and knees. In the stands, Hermione had seized Hagrid's binoculars and was scanning the crowd frantically. "Someone's jinxing Harry's broom," she gasped. "Look at Snape." Ron took the binoculars and focused on the teacher's stand. Snape sat there, eyes fixed on Harry, muttering steadily under his breath. "He's doing something," Ron agreed. "Casting a spell of some kind." "I knew it," Hermione said. "He's always had it in for Harry, even though he's in Slytherin now. I've read about this kind of jinx, you need to maintain eye contact. I'm going to stop him." Before Ron could protest, Hermione had disappeared into the crowd. She fought her way across to the stand where Snape stood, accidentally knocking Professor Quirrell headfirst into the row in front in her haste. Reaching Snape, she crouched down, drew her wand, and whispered a carefully chosen spell. Blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Snape's robes. It took perhaps 30 seconds for Snape to realize he was on fire. A sudden yelp told her she had done her job. Scooping the fire off him into a little jar in her pocket, she scrambled back to her seat, confident that Harry would now be safe. Up in the air, Harry was abruptly able to regain control of his broom. It stopped bucking and returned to responding normally to his commands. He looked around wildly, trying to locate the snitch again, and spotted McLaggen diving toward the ground near the Gryffindor goal posts. Harry pointed his nimbus downward and accelerated, drawing level with McLaggen as they both hurtled toward a tiny golden speck hovering just above the grass. They were neck and neck, both stretched out on their brooms, hands extended. With a final burst of speed, Harry's fingers closed around the snitch just seconds before McLaggen could reach it. He pulled up sharply, raising his fist triumphantly as Madame Hooch's whistle blew. "Slytherin wins," she announced, though her voice was nearly drowned out by the roaring from the Slytherin stands. 160 points to 40. The Slytherin team converged on Harry, nearly knocking him off his broom in their enthusiasm. Flint was actually smiling, a rare and somewhat disturbing sight, as he clapped Harry on the back hard enough to bruise. "Knew you'd do it, Potter," he shouted over the noise. "Youngest seeker in a century, and you've already won us a match against Gryffindor." As they descended to the ground, Harry caught sight of Ron and Hermione hurrying onto the field, their expressions urgent despite Gryffindor's loss. Before they could reach him, however, he was surrounded by celebrating Slytherins and swept toward the locker rooms. The celebration continued in the Slytherin common room well into the evening. Even the most reserved upper years joined in, congratulating Harry and recounting his capture of the snitch with increasing embellishment as the night wore on. Professor Snape made a brief appearance, his expression as close to pleased as Harry had ever seen it, awarding 20 points to Slytherin for exceptional flying under adverse circumstances, before departing with a swish of his singed robes. It was nearly midnight when Harry finally managed to slip away, using the invisibility cloak to avoid prefects as he made his way to an empty classroom where he'd arranged to meet Ron and Hermione. They were already waiting when he arrived, both looking grave. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed as he removed the cloak. "Are you all right?" "Your broom, I'm fine," he assured her. "But what happened?" "One minute I was about to catch the snitch, the next my broom was trying to buck me off." "It was being jinxed," Hermione said urgently. "And I saw who was doing it. It was Snape." "Snape?" Harry repeated incredulously. "That can't be right. He's my head of house, and he just gave me 20 points for winning the match." "I know what I saw, Harry," Hermione insisted. "He was staring at you without blinking, muttering a spell. I set fire to his robes to break his concentration, and that's when your broom stopped acting up." "But why would Snape try to jinx Harry's broom?" Ron asked. "I mean, he favors Slytherin in everything. Why sabotage his own house's seeker during the most important match of the year?" It made no sense to Harry either. Despite Snape's initial hostility, the professor had been increasingly supportive since Harry joined the Quidditch team, even securing him the Nimbus 2000. Why would he then try to knock Harry off that very broom? "Are you sure it was a jinx he was casting?" Harry asked carefully. "Could it have been a counter-jinx?" Hermione frowned. "What do you mean? What if someone else was jinxing my broom, and Snape was trying to counter it?" Harry suggested. "When you broke his concentration by setting him on fire, it might have stopped him from blocking the real jinx. But who else would want to hurt you?" Ron asked. Harry hesitated, then shared his growing suspicions about Professor Quirrell. There's something off about him. My scar used to hurt around him before the Horcrux was removed. And he watches me in a way that doesn't match his nervous persona. Quirrell. Ron scoffed. The bloke's afraid of his own shadow. That's what he wants everyone to think, Harry argued. But I've noticed the stutter comes and goes. Sometimes when he thinks no one's paying attention, his whole demeanor changes. Now that you mention it, Hermione said slowly, I did bump into Professor Quirrell when I was hurrying to reach Snape. He fell forward into the row in front, which would have broken his eye contact too, if he was casting a spell. And my broom stabilized right after that, Harry pointed out. But why would Quirrell want to hurt you? Ron asked, still skeptical. Harry took a deep breath. Because of what was in my scar. Because of what it means about Voldemort. He explained everything, his conversations with Dumbledore, what they'd learned about Tom Riddle, the possibility of multiple Horcruxes, the prophecy that had marked Harry as Voldemort's nemesis. Bloody hell, Ron breathed when Harry finished. You think Quirrell is working for you-know-who? That he's trying to help him come back? I don't know for certain, Harry admitted. But the timing is suspicious. Quirrell took a year's sabbatical, supposedly in Albania. When he returned, he was completely different, nervous, stuttering, wearing that turban. And according to Dumbledore, Albania is one of the places Voldemort was rumored to be hiding after his defeat. We need to tell someone, Hermione declared. Dumbledore, or, I tried hinting at my suspicions when I spoke with Dumbledore yesterday, Harry said. He warned me to be cautious but didn't seem surprised. I think he might already suspect something's wrong with Quirrell. Then why doesn't he do anything about it? Ron demanded. Maybe he's waiting for Quirrell to reveal his true intentions, Harry suggested. Or maybe he needs proof before he can act against a professor. They discussed possibilities late into the night, eventually agreeing to keep a close eye on Quirrell while continuing their research into Voldemort's past and potential Horcruxes. Harry would use the Marauder's map to monitor Quirrell's movements, particularly around the forbidden third-floor corridor, which they suspected might contain something Voldemort wanted. As they prepared to return to their respective dormitories under the protection of the invisibility cloak, Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. Listen, Harry, about earlier. I was a prat about the Quidditch thing. It's just weird seeing you in Slytherin green, playing against Gryffindor. I know, Harry said, understanding his friend's conflict. It's weird for me too. But it doesn't change our friendship, unless we let it. Right, Ron agreed, looking relieved. And for what it's worth, that was some impressive flying today, even if it was for the wrong team. Harry grinned. Thanks. Next match I'll try not to catch the snitch quite so spectacularly. Don't you dare, Ron warned with a laugh. The twins would never let me hear the end of it if they thought I'd convinced you to throw a match. Their friendship mended, they parted ways, Harry returning to the still celebrating Slytherin common room with a lighter heart despite the ominous developments with Quirrell. The weeks following the Quidditch match brought a shift in Harry's status within Slytherin House. No longer simply, the boy who lived unexpectedly sorted into Slytherin, he was now, the first-year seeker who beat Gryffindor. Older students who had previously ignored him now acknowledged him in the corridors, and even Snape seemed to regard him with marginally less severity during potions. Most significantly, his friendships across house lines became more accepted within Slytherin. When Draco had once again criticized Harry's association with Ron and Hermione, Blaise had intervened with characteristic pragmatism. Potter's demonstrating the Slytherin principle of useful connections, he'd pointed out. Granger's top of our year in most subjects, and the Weasleys, while poor, are still a prominent wizarding family with ministry connections through their father. A skilled Slytherin maintains relationships in all houses. This rationale, while not entirely reflecting Harry's genuine fondness for his friends, had nonetheless reduced the criticism he faced for his cross-house associations. Slytherins respected strategic thinking, even when they didn't agree with the specific strategy. December arrived, bringing with it snow and the anticipation of the Christmas holidays. Harry signed up to stay at Hogwarts over break, having no desire to return to the Dursleys. To his surprise, Draco also elected to remain at the castle, explaining that his parents were traveling to France to visit relatives. "It'll be a good opportunity to continue our research," he told Harry as they left Transfiguration one afternoon. "The library will be practically empty, and we'll have more freedom to explore restricted topics." Their research had continued steadily throughout the autumn term, with Hermione compiling an impressive dossier on Tom Riddle's school years and Harry using the Marauder's map to monitor Quirrell's suspicious nighttime wanderings. The defense professor frequently visited the third-floor corridor, though he never seemed to enter the forbidden area, merely pacing outside it as if planning something. Meanwhile, Snape had become an increasingly puzzling figure in Harry's life. The professor remained demanding and often sarcastic, but there were moments when Harry caught him watching with an expression that seemed almost protective. After learning about Snape's friendship with his mother, Harry had begun noticing small behaviors that suggested the potion's master was torn between his dislike of James Potter and his lingering affection for Lily Evans. On the final day of term, Harry found himself alone in the potions classroom after their lesson, having stayed behind to clean up a minor spill. As he gathered his books, Snape emerged from his office, seemingly surprised to find Harry still there. "Potter," he acknowledged curtly. "I understand you're remaining at Hogwarts for the holidays." "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed. "I prefer it to returning to my relatives." Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes. "I see. And I suppose you'll be using your free time to continue your extracurricular research?" Harry froze, unsure how much Snape knew about their Horcrux investigations. "Sir. Don't play ignorant, Potter. I've observed you, Granger, and Draco huddled in the library for weeks, whispering over obscure texts. Quite the little research team, a Muggle-born Gryffindor and 2 Slytherins, one of them the boy who lived. Hardly subtle." Harry considered his options. Denial seemed pointless if Snape had been watching them, but full disclosure felt risky without knowing the professor's true allegiances. "We're just trying to understand what happened with my scar, sir," he said carefully. "And what it might mean about Voldemort." Snape flinched at the name but otherwise remained impassive. "And have you shared your theories with the headmaster?" "Some of them," Harry admitted. "He told me about Tom Riddle and confirmed that there might be other Horcruxes." "I see." Snape's expression was unreadable. "And do your theories extend to current members of the Hogwarts staff?" Harry's pulse quickened. Did Snape know about their suspicions regarding Quirrell? "I'm not sure what you mean, sir." "Don't insult my intelligence, Potter," Snape said softly. "I've noticed your interest in our defense against the dark arts professor. As has the headmaster." "And what does the headmaster think about Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked boldly. A ghost of a smile touched Snape's lips. The Slytherin tactic, answering a question with a question. "Perhaps the hat knew what it was doing with you after all." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The headmaster believes that vigilance is warranted but direct intervention premature. I, however, suggest a more proactive approach to personal safety." "You think Quirrell's dangerous?" Harry pressed. "I think," Snape said precisely, "that a first-year student who has already survived one encounter with the Dark Lord would do well to avoid situations where a second encounter might be arranged." It was as close to a confirmation of their suspicions as Harry was likely to get. "Thank you for the advice, sir." Snape nodded curtly. "Enjoy your holidays, Potter. And remember, not all dangers announce themselves with stutters and nervous tics. Sometimes the greatest threat is the one you never suspected." With that cryptic warning, he swept from the classroom, leaving Harry to ponder the implications. Was Snape suggesting there were other threats beyond Quirrell? Or was he warning Harry not to trust anyone completely, including Snape himself? Harry related the conversation to Ron and Hermione that evening as they studied in the library. Hermione looked thoughtful, while Ron seemed suspicious. "Sounds like Snape's trying to throw you off his scent," Ron suggested. "Maybe he's working with Quirrell, or has his own plans for whatever's hidden on the third floor." "I don't think so," Hermione countered. "If Snape were allied with Quirrell or Voldemort, why warn Harry at all? And remember, he was trying to counter the jinx on Harry's broom during the Quidditch match." "We think he was," Harry corrected. "We don't know for certain who was jinxing and who was counter-jinxing." "Either way," Hermione said pragmatically, "I think we should take the warning seriously. Whatever's happening with Quirrell, we need to be careful not to confront him directly or let him isolate any of us." When term ended the next day, the castle became eerily quiet. With most students gone for the holidays, Harry found himself enjoying the peaceful emptiness of the corridors and the lack of whispers that usually followed him. He and Draco had the Slytherin common room almost entirely to themselves, as only 3 older students had remained. Christmas morning arrived with a small pile of presents at the foot of Harry's bed, his first real Christmas gifts. From Hagrid, a roughly carved wooden flute; from Mrs. Weasley, a hand-knitted emerald green sweater and homemade fudge; from Hermione, a luxury eagle feather quill; from Ron, a box of chocolate frogs; and from Draco, surprisingly, a handsome set of Seeker's gloves made from supple dragon hide. "Mother suggested them," Draco explained when Harry thanked him over breakfast. "Said every proper Seeker needs good gloves, especially in winter matches." The last package contained no card but held something fluid and silvery gray that slipped through Harry's fingers like water. It was his father's invisibility cloak, returned after his meeting with Dumbledore, but now accompanied by a note in narrow, loopy writing: "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." Christmas dinner was a magnificent affair, with 100 fat, roast turkeys, mountains of roast and boiled potatoes, platters of chipolatas, tureens of buttered peas, silver boats of thick, rich gravy and cranberry sauce, and stacks of wizard crackers every few feet along the table. With so few students remaining, all houses sat together at one long table, along with the teachers. Harry found himself between Draco and a third-year Hufflepuff, with Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick nearby, all wearing festive hats from crackers. Quirrell, Harry noticed, was conspicuously absent. "Enjoying your Christmas, Harry?" Dumbledore asked genially, his long white beard adorned with tiny glowing ornaments that twinkled like fairy lights. "Very much, sir," Harry replied honestly. "It's my first proper Christmas celebration." Something like sadness flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes. "I'm pleased to hear it, though sorry it has taken so long. Hogwarts at Christmas has a special magic, I've always thought." After dinner, Harry and Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, replete with food and drowsy from the warm fire. They played a few games of wizard chess, Draco winning each time, before deciding to turn in early. As he lay in bed that night, listening to Draco's soft snores from the next four-poster, Harry found himself thinking of the warnings from both Dumbledore and Snape. Something was building toward a confrontation: Quirrell's increasingly frequent visits to the third-floor corridor, the hushed conversations Harry had glimpsed between Dumbledore and various professors, the heightened security around the castle that few seemed to notice but a Slytherin's observant eyes could detect. Whatever Voldemort sought, whatever piece of his soul might be hidden as a Horcrux, whatever treasure lay behind the forbidden door, the pursuit was accelerating. And somehow, Harry knew he would be drawn into the conflict, whether he sought it out or not. The prophecy Dumbledore had mentioned guaranteed it: neither can live while the other survives. January brought the return of students and the resumption of classes. The castle hallways once again filled with chatter and movement, and the peaceful quiet of the holidays gave way to the familiar rhythms of school life. Harry had used the break productively, exploring the castle under his invisibility cloak, monitoring Quirrell's movements on the Marauder's map, and continuing his research in the now-deserted library. He had discovered several possible candidates for Horcruxes based on objects of significance to either Hogwarts founders or Tom Riddle himself. He shared these findings with Hermione as soon as she returned, presenting her with a list of potential vessels, Slytherin's locket, a famous heirloom, supposedly passed down through the Gaunt family Hufflepuff's cup, displayed in Hogwarts until its disappearance in the 1940s, coinciding with Riddle's time as a student. An item belonging to Ravenclaw, possibly her lost diadem. Riddle's Hogwarts diary, which several sources mentioned as never leaving his possession. A ring belonging to the Gaunt family, which Riddle might have claimed as Slytherin's heir. This is impressive work, Harry, Hermione said, scanning the list. But even if we identify likely Horcruxes, how would we find them? They could be hidden anywhere. That's the problem, Harry agreed. But I think at least one might be here at Hogwarts, possibly whatever's being guarded on the third floor. Voldemort was fixated on the school, it was his first real home, just like it's been for me. Hiding a piece of his soul here would appeal to him symbolically. And that's what Quirrell's after, Hermione concluded. Not just any Horcrux, but one hidden within Hogwarts itself. Exactly. And Dumbledore knows it, that's why there are so many protections around whatever's being hidden. Harry lowered his voice further. I followed Quirrell one night under the invisibility cloak. He was talking to himself outside the third-floor corridor, saying things like, soon, master, and the stone will be yours. I couldn't hear everything clearly, but he definitely said, stone. A stone? Hermione repeated, puzzled. What kind of stone would Voldemort want? I don't know, Harry admitted. But it seems important enough that Quirrell's risking everything to get it. Over the next few weeks, their research narrowed to focus on magical stones of significance. Ron, who had rejoined their investigation after the holidays, suggested the obvious candidate, the Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel to produce the elixir of life and transform base metals into gold. It grants immortality, he explained. My brother Charlie told me about it once, said it was the ultimate goal of ancient alchemists. Immortality, Harry repeated, the pieces clicking into place. That's what Voldemort's always wanted. The Horcruxes were his insurance against death, and now Quirrell's trying to get the Philosopher's Stone to help him return to full power. And Nicholas Flamel is a close friend of Dumbledore's, Hermione added, having found the connection in her research. It makes perfect sense that Flamel would entrust the stone to Dumbledore for safekeeping if he thought it was threatened. With this realization, their sense of urgency increased. Harry used the Marauder's map religiously, tracking Quirrell's movements each night, noting with growing alarm that the defense professor's visits to the third-floor corridor were becoming more frequent and prolonged. Meanwhile, school life continued. Slytherin maintained its lead in the Quidditch Cup standings thanks to Harry's successful seeking, though Gryffindor remained close behind. His initially tentative position in Slytherin House had solidified into genuine respect from most of his housemates, who appreciated both his Quidditch skills and his increasingly evident Slytherin traits, resourcefulness, determination, and a certain flexible approach to rules. Even his relationship with Snape had evolved. The professor remained demanding and often critical, but his criticisms now seemed aimed at improvement rather than humiliation. Occasionally, during potions class, Harry would catch Snape watching him with that same inscrutable expression, as if seeing someone else overlaid on Harry's features. One evening in late January, as Harry practiced a particularly complex potion after hours under Snape's supervision, part of the additional tutoring the professor had unexpectedly offered to Slytherin first years, he finally gathered the courage to ask about it directly. Sir, he began hesitantly, carefully stirring his potion counterclockwise, may I ask you something personal? Snape looked up from the essays he was grading, his expression guarded. You may ask. I may choose not to answer. Fair enough, Harry acknowledged. You knew my mother well, I understand. Childhood friends? A flicker of something, pain. Nostalgia, crossed Snape's sallow features before his expression closed again. Who told you that? The headmaster mentioned it, Harry said. And some of the older Slytherins whose parents attended Hogwarts with you. Snape was silent for so long that Harry thought he wouldn't answer. Finally, he set down his quill. Yes. Lily and I grew up in the same neighborhood. I was the one who told her she was a witch, before our Hogwarts letters arrived. We were close for many years. Until my father came along. Harry guessed. Snape's lips thinned. It was more complicated than that, Potter. Your father was a factor, yes, but the responsibility for the end of our friendship lies primarily with me. I made choices, poor choices, that Lily could not accept. Death Eater choices, Harry said quietly, remembering what he'd learned about Snape's past. The professor's black eyes flashed dangerously. You tread on perilous ground, Potter. I'm not judging, Harry clarified quickly. I'm trying to understand. You were a Death Eater, but now you protect me, the boy prophesied to defeat Voldemort. Why? Do not speak the Dark Lord's name, Snape hissed. Then, more controlled, my reasons are my own, Potter. Suffice it to say that I made a promise to protect you, and I keep my promises. A promise to whom? Harry pressed, sensing he was close to an important truth. To Dumbledore? Or to my mother? Snape stood abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the stone floor. Your potion requires adjustment. The color should be azure, not cerulean. Add 2 drops of salamander blood and reduce the heat. The conversation was clearly over. Harry followed the instructions, watching as his potion shifted to the correct shade of blue, but his mind was working furiously. Snape's reaction confirmed what he had begun to suspect. The professor's protection stemmed from his feelings for Lily Potter, not from any loyalty to Dumbledore or the anti-Voldemort cause. It was a revelation that changed everything about how Harry perceived Snape. Not a straightforward ally, perhaps, but someone whose motivations were deeply personal and therefore, in some ways, more reliable than mere political alignment. As January gave way to February, Harry noticed a shift in Quirrell's behavior. The professor appeared increasingly haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and a nervous tic that caused his left eyelid to flutter continuously. His stuttering worsened, and twice Harry observed him arguing with himself in empty corridors, as if carrying on a conversation with an unseen companion. He's breaking down, Hermione observed worriedly after a particularly disjointed defense lesson. Whatever pressure Voldemort's putting on him, it's taking its toll. Good, Ron said bluntly. Maybe he'll crack before he figures out how to get past the protections. But Harry wasn't so optimistic. Or maybe he's getting desperate, which makes him more dangerous. We need to know what protections are actually guarding the stone, in case Quirrell manages to break through. They began compiling information about the likely defenses, based on offhand comments from professors and logical deduction. Fluffy, the 3-headed dog belonging to Hagrid, guarded the entrance. They'd confirmed this by carefully opening the door just enough to peek inside. Beyond that, they suspected each of the core subject professors had contributed a protection. Sprout likely provided a plant-based obstacle, Flitwick a charm, McGonagall something transfiguration-related, and Snape almost certainly a potion puzzle. And Quirrell himself probably added something too, Hermione noted. To avoid suspicion. Plus whatever Dumbledore contributed, Harry added. That's likely the final and most difficult protection. They were discussing these defenses one evening in early March when the Marauders map, which Harry had open on the table before them, showed something alarming. Quirrell was headed to the third-floor corridor, moving more purposefully than his usual hesitant pacing. He's going for it, Harry said, watching the label dot move steadily through the castle. Tonight. We have to tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. He's not here, Harry replied, scanning the map. Look, his office is empty, and he's not anywhere in the castle. Quirrell must have waited for him to leave. Then McGonagall or Snape, Hermione urged. Someone with the authority to stop him. They'd never believe us in time, Ron argued. By the time we convinced them, explained how we know, and got them to the corridor, Quirrell could already have the stone. Then we have to stop him ourselves, Harry decided, rising from his chair. Or at least slow him down until Dumbledore returns. Harry, that's madness. Hermione protested. He's a fully trained wizard, possibly possessed by you-know-who himself. And we're 3 first years who barely know any defensive magic, Ron added, though he looked more resigned than opposed. We don't have to fight him directly, Harry reasoned. Just get through the protections before he does and either secure the stone or destroy it. Without the stone, whatever plan he has for Voldemort's return would be delayed. Hermione still looked doubtful, but Harry pressed his advantage. Hermione, you're brilliant with logic puzzles and remembering spells. Ron, you're the best strategist among us. And I. He hesitated, then drew himself up with newfound confidence. I'm a Slytherin. Cunning and ambition are literally what my house values. Between the 3 of us, we have a chance. His friends exchanged glances, then nodded reluctantly. Fine, Hermione conceded. But we need a plan, not just blind courage. We have the invisibility cloak, Harry said. We can follow Quirrell at a distance, see what obstacles he overcomes and how, then either get ahead of him if possible or find another way to prevent him from taking the stone. It was risky and imperfect, but it was the best plan they could formulate on short notice. Grabbing the invisibility cloak, Harry led his friends toward the 3rd-floor corridor, consulting the Marauder's map as they moved through the castle. Quirrell had already entered the forbidden area, his dot now beyond the initial door. They would need to hurry if they wanted to catch up before he overcame too many of the protections. As they approached the corridor, Harry suddenly remembered a crucial detail. The dog, Fluffy, Hagrid once mentioned it falls asleep to music. We'll need something to play. I've got it, Ron said, pulling out a small wooden whistle. Charlie gave it to me before he left for Romania. It's not much, but it might work. The door to the forbidden corridor was already ajar when they reached it, confirming their suspicions. Peering cautiously inside, they saw the enormous 3-headed dog Fluffy, already asleep beside an open trapdoor. A small, roughly carved wooden flute lay discarded nearby, evidently Quirrell's method of pacifying the beast. He's already gone through, Hermione whispered. But the flute stopped playing. Fluffy could wake any moment. Then we don't waste time, Harry decided. Ron, use your whistle. Hermione and I will go first, then you follow while maintaining the music. Ron began to play a halting, tuneless melody on the whistle. It wasn't beautiful, but it was effective. Fluffy's 3 heads remained firmly in dreamland, massive paws twitching occasionally as if chasing rabbits in its sleep. Harry and Hermione crept to the trapdoor and peered down into darkness. We'll have to jump, Harry said. I can't see the bottom. That's reassuring, Hermione muttered, but she steeled herself and jumped in after Harry gave her a reassuring nod. The sensation of falling ended abruptly as they landed on something soft and yielding. It's some kind of plant, Hermione observed as Ron came tumbling down beside them, the dog's distant growl suggesting Fluffy had awakened the moment the music stopped. Lucky this plant thing's here, really, Ron said, trying to get comfortable on the strange, vine-like vegetation. Lucky? Hermione shrieked. Look at yourselves. Harry looked down in alarm to find tendrils of the plant wrapping themselves tightly around his legs. The more he struggled, the faster the plant constricted, like a snake throttling its prey. It's Devil's Snare. Hermione realized. Professor Sprout's protection, it likes the dark and damp, so light a fire. Ron choked as the plant curled around his chest. Yes, of course, but there's no wood. Hermione cried, wringing her hands. Have you gone mad? Ron bellowed. Are you a witch or not? Oh, right. Hermione pulled out her wand, waved it, and sent a jet of bluebell flames at the plant. Within seconds, the Devil's Snare loosened its grip, retreating from the light and warmth, and they were able to pull free. That way, Harry pointed to a stone passageway that sloped downward. Quirrell must have gone this way. They hurried forward, hearing a gentle clinking sound as they approached the next chamber. Inside was a brilliantly lit room with a ceiling soaring high above them, filled with small, jewel-bright birds fluttering around. They're not birds, Harry realized, looking closer. They're keys. Winged keys. And look, broomsticks. We've got to catch the key to the door. But there are hundreds of them. Hermione protested. Ron examined the door lock. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, probably silver, like the handle. Harry scanned the fluttering keys, his seeker's eyes picking out one with a bent wing. There. The silver one with the damaged wing. Quirrell must have already caught it once. He seized a broomstick and kicked off into the air, feeling the familiar rush of flying as he soared among the cloud of keys. With precise movements honed from Quidditch training, he cornered the damaged key and caught it firmly in his hand, then descended to insert it into the lock. The next chamber contained a giant chessboard, the pieces taller than they were and carved from stone. The black pieces were facing them, the white pieces were opposite. Now what? Hermione whispered. It's obvious, isn't it? Ron said. We've got to play our way across the room, as chess pieces. Ron took charge, directing Harry to take the place of a black bishop, Hermione a castle, and himself a knight. What followed was a brutal game of wizard's chess, with stone pieces smashing their opponents to rubble when taking them. It's almost like Quirrell knew someone might follow him, Harry observed as they narrowly avoided losing another piece. These challenges seem designed to slow pursuers rather than stop someone who knows what they're facing. Or they're meant to require a team, Hermione suggested. One person couldn't get through alone, not easily. Finally, Ron maneuvered the game to its conclusion. I've got to be taken, he said, his face pale but determined. That leaves you free to checkmate the king, Harry. No. Harry and Hermione protested in unison. It's the only way, Ron insisted. Don't hang around once you've won, go on, stop Quirrell. Before they could argue further, Ron made his move. The White Queen struck him hard across the head with her stone arm, and he crashed to the floor, unconscious. Hermione screamed but stayed on her square as Harry moved 3 spaces to the left, checkmating the White King. As the chess pieces parted, bowing to acknowledge their victory, Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron's side. He was breathing steadily but out cold, a nasty bruise forming on his temple. He'll be all right, Harry assured Hermione, though his own heart was racing with concern. You stay with him. I'll go on alone. But Harry, listen, he said urgently, you're the best with healing spells. Make sure Ron's okay, then get back to the castle and find help, Snape, McGonagall, anyone. Send them after me. Hermione looked torn but finally nodded. Be careful, Harry. You're a great wizard, you know. Not as good as you, he said with a small smile. Me? Books and cleverness. There are more important things, friendship and bravery and, she broke off, hugging him fiercely. Just be careful. Harry nodded and moved on alone, passing through a chamber containing a troll that was already unconscious, Quirrell's specialty, Harry remembered grimly, then entering a room where purple flames sprang up behind him and black flames blocked the way forward. A table held 7 differently shaped bottles and a scroll with a logic puzzle. This was clearly Snape's protection, potions and logic rather than magic that could be overcome with spells. Harry read the puzzle carefully, using the precise, analytical thinking he'd developed in potions class under Snape's exacting standards. After several minutes of consideration, he identified the smallest bottle as the one that would allow passage through the black flames. There was barely enough liquid for one swallow. Quirrell had already gone through, but had left just enough for one pursuer. Another indication that these obstacles were designed with specific intentions in mind. Taking a deep breath, Harry drank the potion, feeling ice flood his body, then stepped through the black flames unharmed. The final chamber was circular and largely empty except for one prominent feature in its center, the Mirror of Erist, which Harry recognized from his nighttime explorations earlier in the year. And standing before it was Quirrell, his back to the entrance, turban slightly askew as he gazed into the mirror's depths. I see the stone, Quirrell was saying, his voice clear and untroubled by any stutter. I'm presenting it to you, Master. But how do I get it? Is it inside the mirror? Should I break it? To Harry's horror, another voice answered, high, cold, and seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself. Use the boy. Quirrell spun around, revealing a face transformed by malice. Potter. I wondered if I'd be seeing you here. You don't stutter, Harry said, playing for time as he assessed the situation with Slytherin caution rather than Gryffindor brashness. Quirrell laughed, a chilling sound without humor. No, I don't. Quite an effective disguise, wasn't it? Who would suspect poor st stuttering Professor Quirrell? Even Snape, who suspected me from the beginning, couldn't prove anything. Snape was trying to protect the stone from you, Harry realized aloud. That's why he was counter-jinxing my broom when you tried to kill me. Indeed, Quirrell confirmed. Pity your little friend's intervention broke both our concentrations. With Snape muttering his counter-curse and me unable to maintain my jinx, your broom stabilized. I would have succeeded otherwise, one less obstacle in my master's path. Your master, Harry repeated. Voldemort. Quirrell hissed at the name but nodded. The Dark Lord is with me wherever I go. I met him in Albania, during my travels. I was foolish then, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. The Dark Lord showed me the truth. There is no good or evil, only power, and those too weak to seek it. And now you're helping him get the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said, edging slightly to his left, trying to get a better view of the mirror. So he can return to full power and reward you. Clever boy, Quirrell praised mockingly. Yes, the stone is here, hidden within the mirror by Dumbledore's final protection. I can see it, but I cannot retrieve it. His eyes narrowed suddenly. Perhaps you could help me, Potter. Come here. When Harry hesitated, Quirrell snapped his fingers, and ropes sprang out of thin air, wrapping themselves tightly around Harry. With another gesture, Quirrell levitated Harry before the mirror. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see, he commanded. Harry stared into the glass, expecting to see his family as he had before. Instead, he saw his reflection smile at him, reach into its pocket, and pull out a blood-red stone. The reflection winked and put the stone back, and as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Somehow, incredibly, he had gotten the stone. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? Harry thought quickly, drawing on his Slytherin instincts. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he invented. I've won the House Cup for Slytherin. Quirrell cursed and pushed him aside. Useless. Master, help me. The high voice spoke again, sending chills down Harry's spine. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell protested. I have strength enough, for this. To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwrapping his turban, turning slowly on the spot. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was instead a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. Chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter. It whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. Now. Give me the stone in your pocket. Harry stumbled backward, the ropes around him vanishing as he concentrated on breaking free. The face's knowledge of the stone's location confirmed his worst fears. This was indeed Voldemort, and somehow he knew Harry had acquired the stone. Don't be a fool, Voldemort hissed. Better to save your own life and join me, or meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Liar. Harry shouted, drawing his wand despite knowing few spells that could help him against a dark wizard of Voldemort's power. Voldemort laughed. How touching, brave, like your parents. Your father put up a courageous fight, but your mother needn't have died, she was trying to protect you. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. His mother had died specifically to protect him, not simply as a casualty in Voldemort's pursuit of power. Enough of this, Voldemort commanded. Quirrell, seize him. Quirrell lunged forward, grabbing Harry by the wrist. Immediately, a needle-sharp pain seared across Harry's scar, blinding him momentarily, but more shocking was Quirrell's reaction. The professor recoiled, his hands blistering before their eyes as if burned. "Master, I cannot hold him, my hands, my hands!" Quirrell cried. "Then kill him, fool, and be done," shrieked Voldemort. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry, acting on instinct, surged forward and pressed his hands against Quirrell's face. The professor screamed in agony as his skin burned and blistered at Harry's touch. Understanding dawned through Harry's pain, Quirrell couldn't touch him without suffering. Whatever protection his mother's sacrifice had provided, it remained effective against Voldemort and his servant. With strategic precision rather than blind courage, Harry pressed his advantage, grasping Quirrell's arm firmly despite the pain in his scar. The professor howled in agony, trying to shake Harry off even as his flesh continued to burn. Voldemort's furious screams mingled with Quirrell's as Harry maintained his grip, fighting through the pain that threatened to split his head in two. Finally, Quirrell collapsed, his body crumbling literally to ash beneath Harry's hands. A shadow rose from the remains, a vaporous form with Voldemort's face that screamed in fury before rushing through Harry, causing pain so intense that darkness claimed him. His last conscious thought was purely Slytherin, "I've won this round, but he'll be back. And next time, I'll be better prepared." When Harry awoke, he was in the hospital wing, the familiar white ceiling coming into focus as his eyes adjusted to the light. Beside his bed sat Professor Dumbledore, watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster said gently. Memory flooded back, the stone, Quirrell, Voldemort. "Sir. The stone." Quirrell was trying to steal it for Voldemort. "Calm yourself, my boy. You are a little behind the times. Quirrell does not have the stone. He cannot return it to Voldemort. Then you got there in time. Ron and Hermione, they are both fine. Mr. Weasley suffered a minor concussion but is fully recovered. Miss Granger was quite distressed but unharmed. They will be most relieved to know you are awake, they have been extremely worried." Harry struggled to organize his thoughts. "But the stone is destroyed," Dumbledore said calmly. "My friend Nicholas Flamel and I had a little chat, and we agreed it was for the best. He and his wife have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order before they die." "Die?" Harry repeated, shocked. "But they're over 600 years old. To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perenelle, it really is like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." Harry absorbed this, then asked the question that had been burning in his mind. "Sir, when I touched Quirrell, he couldn't bear it. His skin burned." "Why?" "Ah, now we come to it." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Your mother died to save you, Harry. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign, but to have been loved so deeply, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. And that's why he couldn't touch me?" "Precisely. Quirrell, full of hatred, greed, and ambition, sharing his soul with Voldemort, could not touch you for this reason. It was agony to touch a person marked by something so good." Harry nodded slowly, understanding dawning. "And after the Horcrux was removed, the protection remained," Dumbledore confirmed. "It was never part of Voldemort's fragment, it was always yours, given by your mother's sacrifice." They talked for some time, about the mirror, about Snape's complicated past with Harry's parents, about the ongoing threat Voldemort posed despite this setback. Finally, as Dumbledore prepared to leave, Harry asked one last question. "Sir, do you think he'll try to come back?" Dumbledore regarded him gravely. "I'm afraid there is little doubt he will try. There are other ways he might return," other Horcruxes, as you've surmised, other dark rituals. Our victory today is significant but not decisive. Then I need to be ready, Harry said with quiet determination. I need to learn everything I can, become as skilled as possible. A most Slytherin approach, Dumbledore observed with a small smile. And a wise one. Yes, education will be your greatest weapon against what lies ahead. But remember, Harry, while cunning and ambition will serve you well, it is love that Voldemort cannot comprehend or counter. Never underestimate its power. After Dumbledore left, Harry had other visitors, Ron and Hermione first, full of excitement about their adventure and relief at his recovery, then Draco, uncharacteristically subdued as he admitted his father had been furious to learn of their research into Horcruxes. He burned Mother's notes and forbade her from discussing the topic again, and finally, to Harry's surprise, Professor Snape. The potions master stood awkwardly at the foot of Harry's bed, his expression inscrutable. Potter, he acknowledged. I see you've once again survived against improbable odds. It seems to be a habit of mine, sir, Harry replied with a faint smile. Snape's mouth twitched, almost returning the smile. Indeed. One I suspect you will continue to cultivate. He hesitated, then added, your actions were foolhardy and reckless, charging after Quirrell alone. I wasn't alone at first, Harry pointed out. Ron and Hermione were with me until the final chambers. Yes, your cross-house alliance. Most unusual. Snape studied him for a moment. You've developed an interesting approach to your house placement, Potter. Neither fully embracing nor rejecting Slytherin values, but adapting them to your own purposes. Isn't that the essence of ambition, sir? Defining success on your own terms. This time, Snape did smile, however briefly. Perhaps you belong in Slytherin after all, Potter. It was as close to approval as Harry had ever received from the Dar Professor. As Snape turned to leave, Harry called after him, Sir. Thank you for trying to protect me this year. Even when you didn't particularly like me. Snape paused at the door. I protect all my Slytherins, Potter. Even the ones who insist on befriending Gryffindors and confronting possessed defense professors. With a final nod, he swept from the room, robes billowing behind him. Harry was released from the hospital wing in time for the end-of-year feast. The Great Hall was decked out in Slytherin colors of green and silver to celebrate their winning the House Cup for the 8th year in a row, an achievement due in no small part to their Quidditch victory over Gryffindor. As Harry took his seat at the Slytherin table, he found himself the center of attention once more, though now it was admiring rather than suspicious. Word had spread about his confrontation with Quirrell, though the details remained murky, with wild rumors suggesting everything from a duel of master wizards to Harry transforming into a powerful magical creature. The official story, Draco informed him quietly, is that Quirrell attempted to steal a valuable magical artifact from Dumbledore and you stumbled upon him in the act. Nothing about the Dark Lord or possession. Harry nodded, understanding the political reasons for this sanitized version. The Ministry would be reluctant to acknowledge Voldemort's attempted return, and panic would serve no one's interests. Dumbledore arrived moments later, and the babble died away. Another year gone, the headmaster announced cheerfully. And what a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. He proceeded to announce the House Cup standings, confirming Slytherin's victory to enthusiastic applause from their table and polite acknowledgement from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The Gryffindors looked disappointed but not surprised. However, Dumbledore continued, raising a hand for silence, recent events must be taken into account. The room went very still. Harry exchanged confused glances with his housemates. I have some last-minute points to award, Dumbledore declared. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry smiled, genuinely happy for his friend's recognition. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. More cheers from Gryffindor, while Hermione buried her face in her arms, overcome with emotion. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore continued, and the room went deadly quiet. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Slytherin House 60 points. The Slytherin table exploded with approval, students pounding the table and stamping their feet. Their lead had increased significantly, ensuring their victory. And finally, Dumbledore raised his voice over the celebration. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. The hall erupted once more as Neville, white with shock, disappeared under a pile of people hugging him. He had never won so much as a point for Gryffindor before. Harry quickly calculated the new standings. With these additional points, Slytherin maintained their lead, but Gryffindor had moved from a distant third to a very close second, a vast improvement from their standing before Dumbledore's intervention. It was, Harry realized, a masterful political move by the headmaster. By awarding substantial points to both Slytherin and Gryffindor, he had recognized the cross-house cooperation that had stopped Quirrell while still allowing Slytherin their hard-earned victory. The gesture would help reduce house tensions without delegitimizing Slytherin's achievements throughout the year. A very Slytherin solution from our supposedly Gryffindor headmaster, Blaise observed quietly, having reached the same conclusion. The Sorting Hat wanted to put Dumbledore in Slytherin, Theo replied. My grandfather told me. But Dumbledore asked for Gryffindor instead. Harry found this revelation fascinating. Perhaps the distinction between houses wasn't as clear-cut as everyone assumed. Maybe the true defining factor wasn't the qualities you possessed but the ones you chose to embrace. As the feast concluded and students began filtering out to finish packing for the journey home tomorrow, Harry found himself approached by an unlikely trio, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Congratulations on the House Cup, Hermione said sincerely. Slytherin earned it. Thanks, Harry replied, surprised by the generous sentiment from Gryffindors who had spent the year competing against his house. And congratulations on moving up to second place. Impressive comeback. Listen, mate, Ron said awkwardly, I've been thinking about what you said, about house rivalries not having to define friendships. You were right. These past few days, waiting for you to wake up, I realized it doesn't matter what colors you wear. What matters is what you do with the qualities your house values, Harry completed the thought. Ambition can be selfish or noble. Courage can be reckless or principled. Exactly, Neville spoke up, surprising them all. The hat considered Hufflepuff for me, but put me in Gryffindor. I didn't understand why until I stood up to you three. It wasn't about being brave in general, it was about choosing to be brave when it mattered. As they walked together toward the entrance hall, Harry reflected on how far he'd come since that first night, when the Sorting Hat had detected the Horcrux and demanded Gringotts healers examine him. The removal of that dark fragment had revealed his true nature, one aligned with Slytherin values, but it hadn't predetermined his path. He had forged friendships across house lines, confronted a servant of Voldemort, and discovered strengths he never knew he possessed. He had learned to be cunning without being cruel, ambitious without being ruthless, determined without being inflexible. The Sorting Hat had been right to place him in Slytherin, but it was his choices that had defined what kind of Slytherin he would be. As for Voldemort, the shadow of the wizard who had murdered his parents, created Horcruxes, and attempted to return through Quirrell, that confrontation was merely postponed, not avoided. The prophecy ensured their paths would cross again. But when that day came, Harry would be ready. Not just with magic, though he would certainly continue to develop his skills, but with the greatest weapon Dumbledore had identified, the capacity for love, friendship, and sacrifice that Voldemort could never comprehend. A Slytherin with the courage of a Gryffindor, the intelligence of a Ravenclaw, and the loyalty of a Hufflepuff, that combination, Harry decided as he boarded the Hogwarts Express the next morning, might just be enough to ultimately defeat the Dark Lord when the time came. For now, though, he had a summer to survive, friends to write to, and a second year at Hogwarts to anticipate. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Harry Potter, Slytherin, friend, survivor, would face them with every quality the Sorting Hat had recognized in him, free at last of Voldemort's influence and embracing the person he was always meant to be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.